connect in through. Once it does, then we'll click over, we'll have a look at the preview, and as we said, there's quite a bit for us to discuss. So looks like it is connecting. Let me just delete a couple of programs that don't need to be running whilst we're streaming. Right, let's go over and let's get the preview on screen, and then we can get stuck into stuff. So Randy Orton is going to explain his shocking assault on Cody Rhodes. That should be a very, very interesting segment as Randy explains why he did what he did. It is going to be interesting, actually, because I feel like he is someone that has kind of been like this babyface for quite a while now. Obviously, he's had a lot of injuries as well. Like, this was a pretty big turn from Randy. This was a big moment from him, and it'll be really interesting to find out why. I personally think he should go off on the fans. I think he should say that he's tried to pander to them. He's tried to please them. It hasn't worked. It hasn't helped. They're an anchor, just weighing him down. I think for me, when John turned heel, there was a couple of issues. The first one was he was in his last year and no one wanted to boo John because everyone was buying tickets to see him for the final time. This was the last time he was going to be at the Rumble, the last time he was going to be at the Chamber, the last time he was going to be at WrestleMania, the last time he was going to be in Belgium, the last time he was going to be in London. It's really hard to get people to buy tickets for your last time to then boo you. So Randy doesn't have that obstacle, but he is a much loved, one of the most well-loved characters, personalities in the history of WWE. So I think for me, if we're going to present this the right way, we need to get heat on Randy. He's the heel. And so I want him to go off on the fans. Now, John did that last year. We just said there was a barrier. The other problem, though, is the reason why John turned didn't make any sense. You know, John was saying, you lot, gave me so much grief throughout my career. You lot hated the spinner belt when I first introduced it. I mean, like, the spinner belt was introduced, 15 odd years ago, maybe even longer than that, right? And you're crying about that. I mean, you haven't been bothered for 15 years, and now all of a sudden that's being brought up. You've always had people cheer you and boo you, and now you're in your final year. Now it's a problem. Like, the reasons were so weak for the heel turn. I just thought it was really underwhelming. Now, with Randy, this is why this segment's going to be interesting, because he's not in his last year, and I think there is a way that you can present a much better reason for the turn. I mean, you've only got to point to his lack of success. You've only got to point to the injuries that he's had. His time is running out. He's not had much success in recent years. I think his last run with the belt, am I right in saying, was when he beat Drew, 2020. I mean, you are going back nearly over 5 years now. So I think you can point to the fact that he's been this kind of nice guy pandering to the fans. It has not worked. It has not brought him success. He can blame the fans for that. And I would take away the RKO. As I said, the fans love the RKO. I would take it away. Anything the fans love, I would take away. Still keep him vicious and mean, and he's still going to have his supporters. But can you really present him as the bully? Can you present him as someone that's just snapped, that's gone back to, the old version of him, the 09 version of him? It's going to be very interesting segment. Very, very interesting segment. Very interested in the crowd reaction as well. So, big segment. Even though it's not a match, even though I don't know that Cody's going to be involved, big segment. Rest of it, maybe not as big. MFTs against Damian Priest and R-Truth tag title match. Fine. Irresistible Forces against the Bellas tag title match. Fine. Don't really expect a title change, but, clearly heading towards Summer at Mania. Jacob and Drew in a match. That's big. That's pretty big. Although we have heard they're going to actually face at Mania, so it's going to be a situation where this is going to lead to Mania, right? So it's one of those where, yes, this is a big deal tonight, but it's going to basically set up where we know we're going, which is WrestleMania. Kit Wilson calls out Jelly Roll. And Motor City Machine Guns take on Fraxium. So quite a bit there in regards to a preview. Quite a bit. That, as we've spent quite a bit of time breaking down, is the one that's most interesting. That's probably next interesting. Then I would say maybe MFT's Damian R-Truth. Because to be honest, the Wyatts could cost MFTs. Damian Priest R-Truth could win the tag titles tonight. MFTs and Wyatts go off into a feud, and it means that Damian R-Truth move off with the belts in a different direction. Wouldn't be down on that. And it could give us a title change. And anytime R-Truth gets his hands on a belt, it's always celebrated. So, yeah, I'd say that's the third segment I'm most interested. So that would be my top three. Number 1, number 2, number 3. So there we go. That was the breakdown, the preview for SmackDown. Looks okay. I mean, I don't know that I necessarily look at that and go, oh my God, this is going to be like 8+ or anything like that. But I do think this has got vibes of being a very solid show. Certainly not down on that. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that don't like the Bellas, but I think they did a lot for WWE. So for me, I'm quite happy to watch that match and kind of see how it plays out. Motor City Machine Gun Fraxium will be a very entertaining match. We know how good Fraxium are. Motor City Machine Guns, when they're kind of in there with the right people, obviously, very good team as well. So, I mean, match quality-wise, that should be, as long as it gets a bit of time, should be fine, should be good. So I think this is screaming solid with a couple of segments that can really take it a notch above that. So that's what SmackDown's looking like. We are well on the road to WrestleMania, of course. We are just getting towards the end of March. We are looking at, 3 to 4 weeks? 18th of April. So, and obviously we've got a lot of wrestling to cover before then, but it's getting closer. It's definitely getting closer. I think I read it was something like 30 days. Or something like that. Like, we're now going to start getting down into 20-something days. So, they haven't been doing the countdown, actually. That was something we have done in previous years, where we count down how many days there are till WrestleMania. I wonder now that it's under 30, if they will start doing that. We'll find out. Right, the Jimmy J, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And Michael Sutton, shout out to you as well, buds. Appreciate it. Okay, Kit is more toxic than Jelly Roll because he doesn't know when to shut his mouth, says Paul. Keegan said, I'm here for SmackDown. I've got a volleyball game early tomorrow, though. Keegan, hello, welcome. My birthday is this week, says Kai Plays. Happy birthday, Kai Plays. Connor said, Daze, did we hear the word that's going around? Tama Tonga was fined by WWE after posting a rehearsal video last week. Oh, no. No, is that new news, is it? I can't say that I've seen that whilst compiling Unseen. R.I.P. to Chuck Norris. Yes, that was big news today, wasn't it? Chuck Norris passing away. And, of course, we had the news as well of Dennis Rodman going into the Hall of Fame. Yes, 38 minutes ago. Word going around at SmackDown, Tama Tonga was fined by WWE for posting a video of rehearsals last week. We were told it was significant fine. So that news coming out, according to Wrestle Purists, about 38 minutes ago. So I can tell you that did not make Unseen. It didn't make it in time, but I will chuck it into tomorrow's. So, yes, interesting. Right, Daze, if it doesn't do the RKO, could he just do the punt kick instead, said Sean. Yeah, I'd be okay with the punt kick. I think the punt kick is seen as being... Fans don't necessarily chant for the punt kick. The RKO is kind of like a brand in its own right. I mean, you have people taking RKO signs and all that kind of stuff. People, when you see, those people that fight in supermarkets and they, you know, fight out in the real world. You know, they fight in shopping malls, whatever. I mean, you'll see them doing power bombs, but one of the moves they love to do is RKOs. So, you know, the RKO chants from the crowd. I mean, it's just its own brand. It's got its own life. I think the punt kick is really interesting because it's a move that people still obviously enjoy seeing because it is so violent. But it doesn't really have the same kind of marketing or branding that the RKO does. We don't get really chants for it. We don't really get signs for it or anything like that. So, yeah, I think it's a good shout. I would, if I was working in creative, I'd be trying my best to position Randy as a heel. I'd be trying to get as much heat as possible. I think him making it very clear he can't stand the fans. He blames them for being the reason why he's in the slump that he's in. And I think taking the RKO away as well, I mean, that will disappoint people. People won't like that. And people were not meant to like it, right? I mean, you'd be doing it to upset people. People wouldn't like that happening because they want to see RKOs. But that's the point. He's the heel. He doesn't like you. You've let him down. You've not brought him success. Him kind of shutting out the voices, if you will, and kind of leaning more into being more friendly has not resulted in him kind of having the success that he's seen previous, and he is running out of time. So I think that promo is going to be very, very interesting. I'm not saying they're going to do that, by the way, but I'm just saying that think about anything the fans like about Randy. Think about anything that really connects with the audience. And, you know, I think we should question it. I think we should question as to whether it's something we should keep or, you know, if we should kind of just throw away for the time being whilst, you know, we really dig into trying to establish him being this awful heel. I mean, WWE needs monster heels. You know, it really is in desperate need of monster heels. We've got Gunther. So Gunther's won. You've kind of got Brock Lesnar. Obviously, he's not around all the time, but he does come in for the bigger shows. Although we do expect him to retire at SummerSlam. But, like, your baby faces are only as good as the monster heels they can beat. So you need monster heels. And there has just been a lack of them in recent years. So if we've turned Randy, then for me, we really need to build the heat on him and make him one of those monster heels. I mean, think of the amazing programs he can have. I mean, at the moment, he's in a feud with Cody, but imagine '09 legend killer Randy Orton, right, as this heel that everyone hates, going up against CM Punk, going up against Roman Reigns, going up against the Wyatts with the whole history of, you know, his feud with Bray. He was Bray's greatest rival. I think there's a lot that you can do. I mean, even him and LA Knight, even him against, I don't know, Jacob, or I feel like him and Sammy, or whoever you want to throw in there. I feel like, you know, to have a big monster heel around is very exciting. So, yeah, I'm excited. I was excited by the turn last week. I thought it was executed so well. And now I'm quite excited to find out the reasons why. And I'm excited to see if they go far enough. I'm excited to see if they generate the heat that's required. I mean, WWE, they obviously are masters of this. I mean, they know how to build baby faces and how to build heels. They've been doing it for decades. So, you know, they should know every single trick in the book. They should know tricks that even we don't know on, like, how to generate that heat. So, yeah, just, you know, not only from an entertainment point of view, but from someone that likes to kind of watch wrestling and study wrestling and learn about the wrestling business by watching it. I'm just really interested to see creatively what do they do tonight? How do they position him? What are they going to have him say? And it's going to be a big segment. Yeah. Aaron said, Daze, can we do a watch along of WrestleMania before Mania? I'd love to rewatch 30. Well, I only do them now when they get shown on the Vault because WWE helped me out massively in 2 ways. One, they do a lot of free press for me, a lot of free promotion, because they're like, hey, come and watch this WrestleMania on Sunday. And so there's people outside of our community that will be watching those shows as well, not just our community. So, you know, it gives us great opportunity to maybe find some new people as well. And for me, that's much more interesting, more beneficial for the channel than if we just run it as a watch along. So whenever the Vault do it, it's useful for us, right? But not only that, obviously everyone can tune in, and it doesn't matter when you join us, you can watch the show at the exact same point. So if you come in 10 minutes late and go to the Vault, well, it will just be airing at the same point we're watching. It's not like you got to come in and go, sorry guys, where are you? What time are we up to? And all this stuff. So it's easier. It's bigger than if we do it on our own. There's free promotion if the Vault do it. So, I mean, I would expect the Vault to do some WrestleMania watch-alongs on Sundays, because normally what happens, and it happened with the Rumble, is when we get towards a big pay-per-view, they tend to show them on WWE Vault. So I'm interested. Yeah, I mean, if WWE Vault starts saying they're going to start showing them of a weekend, certainly a Sunday, I'd be interested. But I think it's harder when we just do it ourselves, because it's only like our community that we're really reaching out to, and obviously that's a smaller pool of people. So yes, I'm interested, but I would need or want Vault to be the ones that were driving it. Matt Jason said, what's Champions Club about? I saw, but I don't get it. Champions Club. Do you mean the bit at the bottom here? Are you talking about that? I'm not sure what we're really referring to. If we're referring to this, it's a members thing. So we do it on a Thursday, and that's when basically we have people playing a game that we do. So members can get into pairs, into a tag team, find a partner, and then answer questions. If you want to play, it's very simple. You just got to let me know before the stream starts on Thursday. This Thursday, we've got a faction game, so I would say, you know, probably sit this Thursday out, but next Thursday after, it'll be back to being tag teams again. So that gives any members, you know, a good chunk of time to try and find a partner. Anyone that's a member is highlighted in green. So anyone that's a member, you can literally just find them because their name's in green. So, you know, if there's someone around that you see quite a lot that, you know, is in green, you can go, hey, fancy being in a team and playing on a Thursday, and find people that way. It's quite easy to kind of find partners, to be honest. And we do even have people in those streams on a Thursday that are looking to play and they don't have any partners. So just takes a little bit of work, just takes a little bit of reaching out to each other and forming teams. But yeah, before that stream on a Thursday, you just have to say, this is our team name. These are the 2 people that are in the team. And that's it. I add you to the spreadsheet and you're playing. I mean, it's really not complicated. I just need the team name, the 2 people in the team. I add you to the spreadsheet. You're in. You're playing, right? So far, we've got about 10 to 11 teams. And yeah, it's pretty good. People seem to enjoy it. So we do that on a Thursday. We do tag teams for the first 3 weeks, and then the last Thursday of the month, it's always factions. So this Thursday is the last Thursday, so it's a big faction game thing. That's a little bit different. I would say sit that one out, but we'll be back to tag teams the week after. So hopefully that explains it. Quite happy to answer questions on that, because I know there's quite a lot of members that get gifted memberships that maybe don't know how that works. But yeah, hopefully I explained it well. So Mad Jason, thank you. Daze, what do we think about dastardly Tony Khan appearing, trying to buy WWE? Says Bartholomew. I don't really think much of it. I think that it is a big story in the sense of Tony put a bid in. So I think it's a big story in that regard, because obviously it's fun to go, oh, what would that have looked like? But as I said in Unseen, I think we were a long, long, long way from Tony actually getting it. I mean, even if his bid had been the highest bids, it would have had to have been considerably higher for, I think, Vince to have accepted. Because, I mean, look, Vince doesn't need the money, right? Vince is a rich man anyway. So for him, if he's going to sell WWE, do you think he's going to want to sell to Tony Khan? Do you think he's going to want to sell to someone that can then brag about buying the right? Do you remember when Vince bought WCW, made a big thing out of it on TV about how he bought his rival and how he crushed them and all this kind of stuff? Well, Tony could do the exact same thing to Vince. Vince would not have to sell to Tony. I did see Dave Meltzer put a message out saying if Tony had put in the highest bids and Vince didn't accept, then could have been uncomfortable. But, I mean, listen, Vince would have just took being uncomfortable. I don't see any realm, I don't see any universe, not this one or any parallel one, in which Vince would agree to sell to Tony Khan, right? Because from a pride point of view, from an optics point of view, it just doesn't work, does it? It just doesn't work. And not only that, it was the lowest bid by a mile. So Tony's bid came in at 6.9 billion, whereas everyone else that bid were in the eights. Endeavour that won 8.5. So that's 1.6 billion short of the winning bid, which is not nothing. That's a considerable amount of money. So the bid wasn't even close. So I was joking with Tommy Toy Travels. I was like, could you imagine if we put a bid in? We could have put a bid in for like $2. I wonder if we would have been listed. I wonder if it would have said Wrestling Escape Pod, $2, right? Or something like that, $5. And then it would have had all the others in the billions. Kind of feels a little bit like that. Kind of feels a little bit like Tony put a bid in. I don't know if he knew he was going to win. I mean, obviously, I'm not sure if he was aware of everyone else that had put bids in. But either way, I mean, it didn't get accepted, did it? 6.9 billion, well short of where everyone else was. But even if it had been the highest bid, I still would not have expected Vince to have accepted. So it's one of those stories that is definitely a story. I mean, it's got everyone talking. But I think realistically, if we were to be real about how close was he to getting it, he was a mile away from getting it. Daze, do we think that Randy will probably change his entrance? I'd like to see heel Randy. Maybe change the entrance, says Connor. Well, I don't mind him changing his entrance. Yeah, I'd be quite tempted, actually, to go to a generic theme. Again, fans are going to struggle with this concept, but kind of Cena did a bit similar, and that is you take away anything exciting. And this is exactly what they tried with Cena. The problem with Cena is it was never going to work because he was in his last year. The reason for turning heel was not very good, and it was just never going to work. But what they tried, you can see, I mean, they didn't give him new graphics. They didn't give him new music. The graphics that he did have was just black with white writing, and it said John Cena. It was the most bland thing they could possibly think of, right? Black with just white writing. They didn't change his shirts, didn't change his gear. I mean, a lot of people wanted to know, what does a heel John Cena look like, right? That's quite interesting. That's an interesting question to ask. But because they were out of time, and because this was so late in the day, it's not that they couldn't have come up with something better. I believe they absolutely could. But they were just so desperately trying to get heat on John. They were so desperate to try and, we haven't got much time. We're running out of time. He's going to retire in December, right? We can't really do any feuds because we've got all these matches set up. He needs to face Orton one last time. He needs to face Punk one last time. He needs to face AJ. He needs to face Cody again. So it's not like we can do a feud like we did with Drew and Punk, where they're just in each other's orbit for 6 months, you know? Or Cody and Drew, again, each other's orbit for 6 months. We can't do that. This is John's last year. and we've got to try and get in as many different opponents as possible because this is going to be his last time facing all these people. Again, I'm going to keep coming back to the fact of the heel run was never going to work, but they did try to kind of take away stuff people would find interesting. No graphics, no new gear, no new theme. There was even people online going, oh, this other John theme called Bad Man, which is about how John's a bad man, and it's I believe from the same album, but it's got a bit more of a heelish vibe to it. I think the lyrics are "I'm a bad man" and all that kind of stuff. People were like, this would be great, and WWE were like, nope, you're gonna still have the same theme. Actually, you don't get anything good. You get what you deserve, and you deserve nothing. That's what John Cena said to the audience. So again, when it comes to Randy, anything that's good, anything that's positive, I think, yeah, it's right to question it now that he's a heel. We want to try and get heat. We want to get people upset with Randy. We want to get people hating on Randy. I would be down for losing Voices, the music, and replacing it with generic Def Rebel theme number 13. Yeah, some like, I can't believe they've ruined him. They've ruined his entrance. I'd do that. I mean, anything the fans like, get rid of it. It's gone. He's a heel now. You're not meant to like him. I want him to be the less attractive option out of him and Cody when it comes to who shall I support. So, yeah, I would change it, but I certainly wouldn't be changing it to something really exciting. I'd be changing it to something really generic, dull. You know, I want the baby faces, not even just Cody, because as I said, after this Cody feud, he can face CM Punk. He can face Roman Reigns. He can face LA Knight. He can face, Uncle Howdy, the Wyatts, whatever, right? Line up the baby faces because a heel Orton is not just for Christmas. I think we could do some really interesting stuff. So this is where generic Def Rebel theme might come in useful. And people will hate it. You are meant to hate it. And we're just going to do what we can to kind of make the babyface the more appealing option. So, I would be down for sort of changing that entrance music. Lumion, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. Lumion said, Daze with Ray still injured and Braun with Seth. That's going to leave Uso's vision. Yes, I think you're right. Gunther is still without an opponent. They've not even begun a story for him. Do we think a match against Penta or LA Knight would do for WrestleMania 42? Well, Penta is rumored to be going into a multi-man match for that kind of mid-card Intercontinental Championship. So the problem with Penta is I really don't think Gunther, who's just been a two-time World Heavyweight Champion, he's just retired Cena, just retired AJ Styles, I don't think he should be in the IC title match. The only way I think he should get in there, if he has to go in there, is because he wants to get his hands on Penta. So he's got a problem with Penta, and it's nothing to do with the IC belt. Gunther is clearly above that, and you do run a risk of Gunther just being seen to be at a level which he shouldn't be seen at now. You know, that kind of IC mid-card level, Gunther's past that. And so him going back to that would be a concern for me, because we're trying so hard to build him as this massive danger, this massive threat that's retiring all these greats. To now have him go after the IC title would be a big concern for me. So I think the best thing to do is to try and get him into a feud that is something which, is just not going to be about a title. It's just going to be, a side quest thing. I mean, listen, that's exactly what the Ray thing would have been, right? That's exactly what the Ray thing would have been. So I don't know what the plan is for Sammy, but right now I might lean towards Sammy. I mean, Sammy wanting to try and get himself back on track Sammy can say that his biggest win in his career was the one he got over Gunther to win the Intercontinental Championship. He feels like he was in the right place when he got that win. Maybe, I'm going to call him out again. He's just retired some absolute legends. I'm going to get that win. I'm going to move forward. And of course, you have Gunther win this time. Gunther beats Sammy. Sammy is still down, still dejected, even more lost after WrestleMania. And Gunther gets a win at WrestleMania against a relatively credible opponent. Of course, it's not going to be anyone's preference. We all would have wanted something else rather than just doing the match we saw a few years ago. But I think we can also understand that it's kind of, we're not even at plan B or plan C now, because of injuries. There's been so many changes to this card that I think you could very quickly get a story for Sammy and Gunther. And I think it works because we've seen Sammy crashing out, haven't we? So the idea that Sammy would want to revisit his greatest moments, recapture it, and then use that to propel him forward after WrestleMania. Like, this win is going to set up my year. Really make it so that the win here would really matter. And of course, Gunther, it would matter to him because he wants to avenge, one of the lowest points of his career, losing to Sammy. He would want to avenge that. So you've got a ready-made story there, which is not anyone's preference. I have to keep saying that because this isn't fantasy booking like, guys, I've got this amazing idea. It's just, how do we sort of, with being only, 3-4 weeks out, with no builds whatsoever, with Rey Mysterio potentially not coming back in time, like, how do we quickly put something together is going to make sense, that's got some sort of backstory to it, right? And I would say that's an option. I mean, I'm sure you guys can come up with another great option, but that's certainly an option. The LA Knight shout is good. I'm trying to think if LA Knight's been announced or anything. I don't know if it's been mentioned that he's going to be in the IC match. Obviously, word was that he was going to be against Brock. I think I might have heard that he might be going into that Intercontinental Championship match because that IC match is meant to be like 4 competitors. It's meant to be like a fatal 4-way. I think LA Knight's going in that. But LA Knight would also be a great option. The only thing I would say is I don't think Gunther should lose at Mania. Not after retiring John and then retiring AJ. I don't think he should lose at Mania. So that means that he would have to beat LA Knight. I'm not sure how people would feel with that. The good thing about Sammy is he can beat Sammy. Like, Sammy is in a real weird place right now. He's really not got it together. He's at quite a low ebb, as we've seen over recent weeks. Gunther could get the win over Sammy. I don't think anyone would bat an eyelid. I don't think anyone would be shocked, or, it wouldn't necessarily hurt Sammy, because Sammy's just lost and he's freaking out at people and he's clearly not in a good place. Gunther then avenges one of his previous losses, gives him a big win at WrestleMania, keeps that momentum moving forwards. I do think Gunther should win at Mania. I do think he should win. You could also call in Omos. I mean, Omos is someone that is big. He just lacks a bit of credibility, doesn't he? Because we don't see him very often. So that's the problem with Omos. Beating Omos, I don't know how much credibility that carries. I think there are ways of getting him on, as you said. You can always make that fatal 4-way for the IC belt, a triple threat, take the person out of that, give that to Gunther, Sammy, LA Knight, as you said, Omos. There's definitely options. I mean, Jesus, you could do the Ilya Dragunov match. I mean, Ilya Dragunov is someone that's kind of a bit lost at the moment, but I genuinely believe that we're building up Gunther, and I think one of the key beneficiaries, one of the people that's going to benefit the most from Gunther finally reaching his final form is Ilya Dragunov. And the reason why I say that is because if you've been following Gunther's career, you'll know that him and Ilya had an absolute banger, a bit of a lost classic in NXT UK during the pandemic. And it's one of those matches where you don't see them very often, but just once in a while they'll come along where not everyone watches it. And it kind of happens at a bit of a lower level. And, you know, everyone's like raving about it. We kind of got some a little similar, nowhere near as big though, the last weekend with Bayley and Flammer from AAA. Really great match. Really enjoyed it. I'd say it's like 4 stars, 4.25. It's one of the best women's matches I've seen from a WWE show this year. Really enjoyed it. But a lot of people won't have seen it because it was on AAA, right? Well, how many people were watching NXT UK during the pandemic? Not many, I can tell you. Yet they put on this absolute banger that a lot of people say was a 5-star match. I think we did a watch along for it. I think I was at like, yeah, I can go 5 stars. Might just be 4.75. I'm really torn, but it's around that ballpark. We did a watch along on the members side, and it's brilliant. It's an amazing match, and it was so good. They did do it again, and it was also amazing again. And you know, both guys have gone on to reach the main roster. They've not done that match yet. They will do that match. Gunther against Ilya Dragunov is going to happen. This close to WrestleMania, I wonder if there is a chance that you just chuck him in there and do it. Do it now. Gunther wins. Ilya's kind of a bit lost at the moment. He's been making this case on SmackDown, hasn't he, to Carmelo? I can't answer your open challenge because I'm not winning at the moment. So we know that Ilya's in a bad place. So Ilya going up against Gunther, trying to get momentum, trying to get his way back by taking on the biggest bully, right? I am not down on that. I am not down on that at all. And I would not be down on Ilya losing because it would be a hell of a match. It would be hopefully knocking on the door of 5 stars. It would be one of those that would blow people's minds and would be like, Jesus, I don't know what I've just watched. But, I mean, both guys are so intense that it's just the irresistible force meeting the immovable object. It's magic. It's absolute magic. Maybe you just chuck them in there and just do that. And, okay, Ilya loses this time, but he gets the win, you know, a year or 2 later when there's clearly going to be other matches. So, yeah, Gunther should win at WrestleMania, in my opinion. So, yeah, good conversation, that, Lumion. Good conversation. Lumion continues, Daze, with Randy now being heel and everyone showing everyone how it's done. And showing everyone how it's done. With the Viper being back like 2009. Do we think a new legacy would work well with this heel Orton, with Ethan and Ricky Saints? Yes, I would take that. I really enjoy Ethan and Ricky kind of working together. I really enjoy their interactions. I think both of them are of a similar level where they've got all this experience. We were watching Ricky when he was in NWA during the pandemic, right? Ricky was actually in NWA with Nick Aldis and Thunder Rosa, and there was quite a few, actually. It was a brilliant show, NWA Power. It was on YouTube on a Tuesday, and we used to watch it each week. And it was so good. It was this old, it was a new show, obviously, but it was set like an old show, studio wrestling. So they would have the audience in this stand, and it was in a studio. You had the ring, you had a little interview section in the corner. Wade Barrett was on commentary. Jim Cornette did season 1. Wade Barrett, I think, did season 2. And it was just really, really good. It was really good. LA Knight was on that show. He was on there as well. Nick Aldis, as we said, Thunder Rosa, Ricky was on that show. There was quite a few that have gone on. Eddie Kingston was on that show. And you knew you was watching something very good, very entertaining. It ran for like 40 odd minutes, 50 minutes a week on a Tuesday. It was great. So I've been watching him since then. Obviously saw bits of him when he was in AEW, and then obviously when he's come into NXT. And he is someone that has kind of paid his dues. He's done a lot on the indie scene, done a lot kind of out in the real world. Same as Ethan Page, who also has paid his dues. And now they're both in NXT. They're both at the top end of NXT. Both of them have been NXT champion. Both of them are sure to make the main roster. Both are very charismatic, very entertaining. Both are solid in the ring. Both have got interesting characters. Yeah. I like them. I like them and their interactions now that they're both heels. So I think calling them up, putting them with Randy, I think that could be an excellent use for them. Yeah, I can see that vision. I would not be down on that at all. Randy was on the phone to someone, though, wasn't he? And obviously there's a lot of chatter around that. A lot of chatter, and we've spent a bit of time during Unseen sort of exploring some of the kind of theories that are out there. Dave Meltzer is worried it's going to turn out to be Shane McMahon. We've heard someone, was it Bully Ray, say it could be Charlotte Flair, and it could connect to Ric Flair, who of course was in Evolution with Randy. So I feel like whoever he was on the phone with is probably part of a family. Some people now want it to be Ted DiBiase Jr., but I don't think it was Ted DiBiase Jr., like I just said in Unseen, because, I mean, he literally just got found innocent. So it was a week ago that we did that call. No, it was Monday that we did the call. And we didn't know he was innocent then. We didn't know where this court case was going to go. So you wouldn't have started a story if you didn't know what was going to happen to the person in the story. So, and they already started the story on Monday. So they can change it and they can make it Ted DiBiase Jr. now, but I don't think it was. So I'm still not expecting it to be him. So yeah, I think that some really interesting options there. That seems to be leading to something. I can't say it was Ricky or Ethan that was on the phone. So where's that phone call leading? Not only who is it, but where is that leading? Where is that taking us? That's, a lovely little mystery hanging over this. No doubt in my mind, what I saw with the beatdown, what I saw with the mystery call has by a mile made this feud the feud I'm most engaged in. Add in the fact it's the feud I wanted anyway. When as soon as Cody came back, one of the first feuds in my mind was him and Randy because of their history. And what would that look like, in this age? Oh, we obviously had it before. I mean, you can find matches of them from the past. I mean, we did a whole legacy match at WrestleMania, but in this day and age, with this version of Cody, what does it look like? So I've wanted this match since Cody came back. And I know we got it last year. I think it was King of the Ring final. But that was when they were like babyface. And it was a bit too pally, right? Having one of them go heel definitely adds that missing element for me. So, yeah, big fan. Loving the whole Cody Randy stuff. Can't wait to see how it kind of plays out. Can't wait for tonight's segments. Really into your suggestion about Ethan and Ricky. Don't know that they're going to do it, though. But I'd be definitely down for it if they did. So, Lumion, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. Have Randy Orton burn Cody's bus. That would be fun, says Telford. Sean said, Daze, how do we feel about Brock Lesnar retires? Oba starts using a version of the F5. I saw him using it against a Wesley a couple of years ago. I've seen people calling it an F20. It's fine. I'm not crazy about it. I feel like the F5 is kind of Brock's move. I know that Zarya is sort of using it as well. I don't know. I kind of want Oba to be Oba. I don't want him to be Brock. So I just think it's a little too on the nose, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people want Oba to be the next Brock, and he can be in the sense of being that big guy, that big monster, but we don't need to give him Heyman, and we don't need to give him the F5, and do you know what I mean? Like, we need him to be Oba. So I think I'd be reluctant to give him the F5, to be honest. Andy, hello, hope you're doing well. Andy said, Daze, what if Randy came out Tommaso style with no music or anything? Annoying, like IRS typewriter theme. I'd be down for anything, honestly. I mean, all I'm saying in regards to that is, if I was in the creative room, this is what I'd be saying. I'd be saying, right, we know at WrestleMania it's going to be a challenge to get support for Cody. We know that because we know that the IWC, the kind of growing resentment towards Cody is exactly that, growing, right? So now we've got a really interesting story. Certainly can't say this is boring, right? This is great creative. So we've got something really interesting cooking up. But how do we make sure that, like, we get to Mania and not everyone is going to be on Randy's side, because the optics of that are obviously going to be bad for Cody. And Cody's the one that WWE want to push as the babyface. I mean, they had the option to turn one of them last week, and they went with turning Randy. Okay, so the option was there. They had the choice, and they made their choice, right? And I think they made the right choice. But there's people out there that say they made the wrong choice, and that's fine, right? But now we are where we are. And so how do we get to WrestleMania and make sure that Cody doesn't just get booed out the building, right? And he's going to have support. Cody has support anyway, right? He's going to have support. So, I mean, it's never going to be 100. There's nothing in wrestling that's like 100%, right? So I feel like we've got to just do a bit of work to make sure that Cody stands a fighting chance here of enjoying a healthy amount of support. So, yeah, I mean, these are just ideas, chucking them out, just trying to make Cody the more interesting option. We still want Randy to be entertaining. He's still got to be entertaining, but we've just got to make Cody entertaining as well. So, yeah, it's about chucking those ideas around and seeing, you know, kind of what the end result is. So, I mean, if the thought was, let's have Randy come out to no music, I wouldn't be down on it. Yeah. I mean, we've seen people do that, as you say before. Tommaso used to do it, and actually the silence would be filled with boos. I suppose the only problem you've got is if Randy comes out and the silence is being filled with cheers, the optics might not look very good. But, yeah, definitely an option. Daze, hope you're doing well, said Ronnie. Hello. Are you ready for your golden boy, lol, to get a 5-course meal on wrestling from Randy? Cody can try and force it, but fans will not support Cody. Hostile takeover of the WWE title. Okay. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. I feel like you've got an anger towards Cody. Like, there seems to be a deeper issue at play there. I mean, he's not my golden boy. I just don't have a reason to not like him. I think if you look at the history of wrestling, and we have said this before, WWE like to have champions that have lengthy reigns. We literally just came out of one with Roman, who just had like a 4-year run with the title. We actually had to create the World Heavyweight Championship because Roman had the belts, and, you know, they weren't coming off of Roman, right? And there was a lot of criticism at the time about the fact he wasn't defending on a regular basis. And so we literally had to create a whole new World Heavyweight Championship, right? And that's why we have the 2 that we have right now. So the idea that Cody is hostile takeover and is dominating the title picture and all this, the idea that that's not how WWE has always worked. I mean, do you want to talk to me about the 1960s? Do you want to talk to me about the 7-year run of Bruno Sammartino? Right? Do you want to talk about the 4 years that Bob Backlund had the belt? Do you want to talk about Hulkamania? right? And the run there. Do you want to talk about John Cena? Do you want to talk about the Reign of Terror by Triple H? Do you want to talk about Roman Reigns, as we just said? I mean, when you are the face of the company, you are going to have lengthy title runs because they put the machine behind that person. And, you know, they promote that person, and it takes a lot of time to get the message out there that this is the guy. That's not a quick process. That's not something that can just be done and then, right, we move on from it. So the thing with Cody is they've told you at WrestleMania 40, this is the guy. This is the next guy. That was a true passing of the torch moment, right? So that he could also pass the torch. I mean, Cena got it so that he got 17, and then at SummerSlam, passed the torch back to Cody again. So we had a passing of the torch moment at 40. We had a passing of the torch moment at SummerSlam last year with Cena. I mean, Cody is that next person. So if you want to use terms like Golden Boy, well, then we need to use that for Bruno. We need to use that for Hulk. We need to use that for Bob Backlund. We need to use that for Pedro Morales. We need to use that for Roman Reigns. Like, that is the history of WWE. Welcome to WWE, right? Clearly, you're new to this. So this is how it goes. Now, if there is a backlash to Cody kind of having a lengthy run, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I can understand that. A lot of those runs we've seen backlashes to, right? People wanting something different. But this isn't a Cody thing. This isn't like Cody hijacking or anything like that. This is what WWE have done since they began. Like, this is how the wrestling machine works. And, you know, it'll get passed on to someone else, and they will have plenty of time with the championship. Multiple main events. It's how wrestling works. It takes a long time to communicate to the world, this is the guy. You have to remember there's people tuning in for the first time every single show, and it takes time. So if you're someone that watches every single week, yeah, I can understand that you get fed up of the champion on top. Right? We've seen that throughout all of those other reigns. But this is not something new with Cody. This is not something new with Cody. So if you want to be upset with WWE for booking this way, like they've always done, that's fine. But the specific hatred for Cody is very strange to me. That kind of suggests a lack of, and I'm not being offensive, but it does suggest a lack of like historical knowledge. If you actually look back on how WWE as a company work, like, be down on their booking, be down on the way that they present their top talents. But to me, that's not Cody's fault. So I don't really have a reason to be upset with Cody. He's just the next guy. And he's a guy that I think is trying his best. He's a guy that I think has been given bad creative and is, you know, trying to do his best, you know. Took him ages to get to the top. Seems like a really nice bloke. Seems like he wants to do Make-A-Wishes and, you know, kind of stick around, meet the fans. Just, I don't have a reason to hate him. And if you don't like him, that's fine. I mean, it really is fine. Everyone is entitled to like and not like whoever. So for me, Cody is someone I just don't feel a hatred for. He's someone that I'm quite happy to keep watching and support him. I think he does a good job in that position. I think his character has got a bit stale. I think there is some work needed there. We've spoke about that many times. I would expect him to lose to Randy. I think he would lose to Randy. Don't have a problem with it. I'm not going to cry about it if it happens. I just hope for a good feud after WrestleMania, because this is a feud I've been waiting for. So, yeah, it's all good, really. I mean, you'll have to send a message to Triple H and ask him why Drew is not in that main event, because I do feel sorry for Drew. I do think with the fact he carried that belt so close to WrestleMania and then dropped it so close to Mania and is now not in the main event, I do think that's a real shame. Again, it's Cody that gets the blame for that, right? When, if we look at like the rumors and what's being said, Cody was always going to be in that match. I don't believe it's Cody's fault that this is not a triple threat, right? Again, this is Triple H that's made this decision. So I do find a lot of the anger that's aimed towards Cody is being directed in the wrong direction. Like, Triple H is the person that I think most of you have got issues with. He's the one that has the final say on the WrestleMania card. And he's the one that's decided that Drew should not be in the main event. It's Triple H that you should be upset with. So, yes, I hope that Drew can find himself back to a title. I hope he can have a lengthy run with it. I would still like for Drew to have that run that he never had during the pandemic because of there being no crowds. I think a lot of people wanted this to be that. But the rumours are this was never going to be that. And we know that Drew's going off to do Highlander after WrestleMania. So we know that he's got a lot on his books kind of coming up anyway. So this run was never going to be that for Drew. Doesn't mean that he can't do it in the future, though. Lumian, shout out to you, said, Daze, with Randy saying wrestling has got more than one royal family, what if The Rock returns and once again turns a Cody friend heel? Travis Scott returns in Randy's corner. Kidding. I think Kevin Owens makes sense as a Randy voice call. Okay, Lumian, I think that needs a bit of breaking down. So with Randy saying wrestling has more than one royal family, yes, it sort of suggests that he was on the phone to someone connected to a family in wrestling. Okay, so what if it's The Rock? Well, that works because he's part of the Anoa'i family. Once again, that turns a Cody friend heel. Yeah, but is he a Cody friend? I mean, last time we saw The Rock, I think I'm right in saying that's when Cody told him to go, did he say F you? Go F yourself. He did, didn't he? Go F yourself. I'm not even sure they are friends right now. That's the last time that we saw them. So I'm trying to think if we've seen The Rock since then. And I don't think we have, because he certainly wasn't at WrestleMania, and I don't think we've seen him since. So I don't think that would be turning a friend heel. Travis Scott returns. We definitely don't need that. I think Kevin Owens could make sense as the Randy voice call. I'm not sure, because Owens, to my knowledge, is not part of a wrestling family. The Owens family is not part of a wrestling family. So I think that wrestling has more than one royal family line makes me think that it's him on the phone to a Flair, a McMahon, his dad, someone from the Anoa'i family, blah, 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 right? Owens, don't think it fits the remit. Plus, no, there's no word about Owens even coming back, to be honest. Not anytime soon. I think they were saying they were hopeful that there could be some progress later in the year, but I don't see that. Of all the options on the table, I mean, I'm not going to make the mistake of saying that this is impossible, right? I'm not going to make the mistake of saying there's no chance. But what I am going to say is, of all the options available to us right now, Owens does not feel like the most likely one. So, Lumian, shout out to you, but interesting to explore and break down. I think the phone call, it's not only who the phone call is, though, as we said, where's it leading? Like, what does that actually lead to? Randy is on the phone to someone to what, get some sort of backup? Like, what's the benefit of that phone call? What is it that he's trying to do? I don't know. It's very, very interesting. I mean, is it that he's on the phone to, like, Rick Flair? Flair comes in, as we said. I think in Unseen, Flair was one of Dusty Rhodes' greatest rivals, probably his greatest rival. So, from a mind game point of view, that's a little bit better, isn't it, than just saying your dad was a disgrace, your dad was this, your dad was that. Actually bringing in the person who, was your dad's greatest rival, and having Ric Flair maybe share some news that Cody has not heard before. That would explain why he was on the phone. He was on the phone because he was trying to get someone to come in and play those mind games. I mean, that would be really interesting. Whether Ric Flair could do it, I mean, we know that Flair is obviously getting on in age. Whether he'd be able to deliver that segment that's required at this stage in his life after all the health issues, I don't know. I don't know if you could go that way and reach out to Rick and that Rick could come in and do a job. He probably could. He certainly thinks he could. But I don't know. He's had a lot of health issues. You know that he's not in it. I mean, he's pretty much cheated death I don't know how many times. So could he come in and cut like an amazing promo, kind of share information with Cody that he didn't know about his dad's, kind of get in Cody's head, you know, try and physically break Cody, try and mentally break Cody. So yeah, I do find myself just questioning not only who was on the phone, but why? Where's it going? What would be the benefit? If it's Shane McMahon, why? I mean, where's that taking us? What would be the benefit of it being Shane? What would be the benefit of it being The Rock? I mean, okay, does that bring The Rock into the story? Does that make WrestleMania a bit more interesting with The Rock being involved? I think if he's going to be involved in the build, he should be at Mania. We made that mistake last year. So, I don't know. Is he even free? I have no idea. The Rock was one of the first names that came into my mind. I mean, it could be Triple H, because Triple H is part of the McMahon family, isn't he? I mean, if you start doing a bit of a heel Triple H thing, you know, that would kind of really add an extra layer to things in WWE. I don't know that I want to go that way because it's very authority, isn't it? And we kind of did that. We've already had a heel Triple H in an authority position with the McMahons and the whole authority storyline, and, you know, Seth working with the authority, and, you know, Triple H trying to split up the Shield and blah, 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 blah. So there's been a bit of time since that, though. I mean, this is a whole new generation of fans that weren't around for that stuff. It's like 10 years ago now. So, you know, you could do that. It's not the direction I would go. But Lumion, shout out to you, but King Notorious said, here's a tip for the tip jar. Thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. King Notorious, shout out to you. King Notorious 22. Thank you, buds. Skywalker said, I think the call was to Rick. No one else really makes sense to me. Yeah, I think Rick does make sense. I think The Rock could make sense because we know The Rock has got an issue with Cody. So the idea that Randy would beat down Cody, The Rock would watch and then would get on the phone saying, I saw it. Oh, it was so good. It's so good to have you back, Randy. And Randy being like, thank you. I knew you'd be watching. Yeah, he had what was coming to him. And then, you know, wrestling has more than one royal family. I mean, that's the Rock part of the Anoa'i family. So I think The Rock would make sense. But again, is he around to be used? Why would you bring him into this story now? I mean, if you bring The Rock into this story, that says to me you're probably going to do Cody Rock at some point. I mean, could you imagine if that's SummerSlam? Could you imagine if, like, The Rock comes into this story thanks to that phone call? We do Randy, Cody, and somehow that then shoots us off into Cody Rock at SummerSlam or something like that. I feel like we're getting very carried away, or I'm getting carried away from just a phone call, you know? But yeah, these are the kind of things that you start thinking about. That wrestling has more than one royal family really does lock me into the idea this is someone that's part of a wrestling family. I do think his dad makes sense as well, honestly, because when he says wrestling has more than one royal family, he absolutely could be talking about himself. And, you know, it could be his dad. It could be that his dad is going to come in and, you know, kind of distract, cause some problems. I don't know what his dad's health is like, but, you know, if his dad's okay. I mean, don't forget, this is a guy that was at WrestleMania 1, Cowboy Bob Orton, right? Was in the corner of Roddy Piper and Mr. Wonderful in the main event, gets involved. He's the guy in the cast in the main event of WrestleMania 1, a bona fide legend. And, you know, that's Randy Orton's dad. So for him to be involved, and he was involved, back in the day as well. I mean, we all remember his involvement with like the Undertaker feud. So he could absolutely be that person. But how would you use him? Why would you bring him in? Is it a case that he's going to be in the crowds, distracting? Could he be in the crowd at WrestleMania, for example? Like, just distracting in his own way. Do you remember when we brought in Mama Rhodes? I mean, it's a little bit like that, isn't it? Just the reverse. Mama Rhodes was involved, and she was on Cody's side, and she was in the crowds. Maybe this time it's going to be Randy's dad who's in the crowds, but is sort of against Cody. Trying to distract Cody, trying to, help his son get the victory. Trying to help his son get back to that championship. And actually, imagine if Randy does win and Randy and his dad celebrate in the ring at the end of WrestleMania night. I think it's night 1. I mean, that would be a fantastic image for Randy to be in the ring, holding up his dad's arm, holding up the or them both holding the championship up. I mean, that as a picture on your wall would look pretty special, wouldn't it? So, and then of course we go into the feud, or carry on with the feud with Cody. So it could be his dad. It could be his dad. I'm not doubting on that as an idea. But I agree with you, Skywalker. I think Ric Flair definitely makes sense as well. YT Melonhead said, if it is Flair, do we know if he's healthy enough to come into the modern day WWE? I would love it if it was Flair. We could do one more promo live with Randy. Well, that would be the big concern, wouldn't it? You are bang on. I mean, I think the big concern would be, is he physically well enough to be able to do what would be requested? Because it's hard, isn't it? I mean, it's hard for him potentially to, get up, be walking around, come down to the ring, get in the ring, stand there for an extended period. I mean, every time I see him, he's sat on a stool at a bar, or he's doing the plank on the floor in a restaurant. I mean, I don't know how long he can stand for, what his walk-in's like. With his promos, is he able to recall a serious amount of information? Or is he going to get, a little bit lost, a bit confused? I don't know. I think asking the question about his health is a very, valid question. I wouldn't have the answer to that. But if it is him, and that is what they're going to have him do, I've got to think that's crossed their minds as well. Well, you'd like to think it would have. I mean, it's the first thing I would wonder, can he do it? In this day and age, can he do it? So if it is going to go that way, I've got to think that question has already been answered. So yeah, YT Melonhead, thank you. Skywalker Club, thank you, my friend. King Notorious, thank you. Lumion01, shout out to you as well. Quite a lot there for us to get our teeth into. Lumion said Randy has got to finish his story holding the title that his dad never had and give it to him whilst Bob Orton is still alive. Wrestler Andy said, remember the tier list that I made ages ago? I need to revisit that with Cody. Where would we place him on all time? Well, I don't think he's had that run. I think that he's kind of... it's difficult. He's not S tier. I mean, for me, S tier is Roman, Hogan, Stone Cold, Rock. I mean, they are people that defined an era which you can make an argument Cody has done over the past few years, right? He's obviously main evented a lot of shows and main evented a lot of WrestleManias, but I don't think he's had that title run yet. And that's the frustrating thing to me. That's one of the big reasons why I don't feel satisfied. I don't feel like, yeah, I've done that now. I know a lot of people, certainly in our community, kind of feel like I'm done with Cody. And I can only stress what I keep saying. That's fine. I don't blame anyone for feeling that way. Where we differ is on whose fault it is. That's where we differ. We're all in agreement that his title runs have not been good enough. But where we differ is who to blame, right? But I can understand why people feel that way. So in regards to how I feel about him. I am waiting for that amazing title run that I do not think we got after WrestleMania 40. I'm waiting for that title run that's got like loads of great feuds, really interesting stories. Doesn't even need to be like a long title run, but just give me... You certainly can't say it was the second one. I mean, the second one he wins at SummerSlam, loses it in January, and yes, he had a decent feud with Drew. But that was it. I mean, that was it. It's basically the Drew feud, and that's it. So for me, that's not like a historic title run that I'm going to remember him for. And then his other run, of course, goes from WrestleMania 40 to WrestleMania 41 when he drops it to John. And that has a lot of just matches. I don't want to say they were mid-matches, because actually match quality-wise, he's pretty good. I mean, within that run is the amazing AJ Styles match from Backlash, which was amazing. Or the amazing Kevin Owens match from the Royal Rumble, which was amazing, right? But within there is also an underwhelming SummerSlam, a one-off match with Logan that had no builds. I think a tag match, him and Roman against like Solo and Tama, which is like from a PLE, right? Which was like, I know it was basically a can they coexist? I mean, it was basically can Cody and Roman coexist? I don't care. That's not what I want to see Cody doing. I don't care if he can coexist with Roman. I don't care. And then, of course, Survivor Series tends to be like a War Games thing. And I mean, that to me is a run that does a lot of the damage that we're seeing now, actually, is that it was not creative enough. It was not interesting enough. That we weren't getting these amazing... That's when we should have done Cody against heel Randy, is in that feud, is in that run. That should have been... He should have come out of WrestleMania 40 and gone into that feud. Now, off the top of my head, I can't remember if Randy was injured at that time. He might have been, and that might have been the reason why we couldn't do it, right? But we should have found something equally as compelling. Maybe we should have gone into the Drew feud. I don't know, right? But we should have done something better than what we did. That first feud causes the damage to the reputation that we're all seeing now. So I'm waiting for him to have that run. I want him to have that run. I feel like we got to the mountaintop and we sort of stumbled before we could plant the flag. I sort of feel like we finally got there, but we fell down before we got a chance to really take in the view and put the flag in and all that stuff. For me, that run just wasn't there. So that's what I'm looking for. That's what I hope to see. So in regards to where does he rank, I can't put him S tier because there's something missing. So I think there's a conversation about whether he's that next level below. Whether he goes into like the A tier. Some people might say top end of B. Might say that he's not even quite made it to A yet. I don't know. I think he's in A for me, but I wouldn't put him into S. Not yet. Not until we have that run. That's what's missing for me. Is that run. I hope we get it. This is why I'm still riding with him, because I hope that we do get it. Weird Flex said Vince disrespected Cody with Stardust and his whole family. Polka dots with Dusty and no title. Goldust was his brother. Cody has reinvented himself. He comes back, wins Hell in a Cell with that brutal pec injury, and the list goes on, said Weird Flex. Mark said blame Road Dogg for the bad creative. He's gone now, so there should be an improvement, says Mark. Netforce said, do we think they'll switch CM Punk or Reigns to heel for WrestleMania? I don't know that we'll switch one before WrestleMania. I mean, we could do something at Mania, but I don't think so. I mean, Roman tends to go away after Mania, obviously. And then kind of come back closer to SummerSlam. So I think in regards to Roman, wouldn't be shocked to see him go away after Mania. CM Punk probably keep the belt. I think CM Punk keeping the belt, carrying on with his title reign. Roman goes away like he always does. Punk can continue being champion. It's a big win for Punk on a big stage. It'd be very interesting to see how Roman would respond to a loss at Mania. I feel like that is the right direction, but I think the odds have got Roman as favourite. But for me, you know how we were just talking about how I've not seen that run for Cody, so I don't have him as S tier. I've seen that run for Roman. The Bloodline run is the run he will be remembered for. Like, that is one of the greatest stories, one of the greatest periods in WWE history, and he's S tier. Roman Reigns is a made man. Roman Reigns has nothing to prove. Roman Reigns is done, sorted. He's like The Rock. The Rock has nothing to prove. Stone Cold has nothing to prove. Roman Reigns has nothing to prove. Roman Reigns is Roman Reigns and will forever be Roman Reigns, right? So the idea that he needs this win, I would disagree with, right? He might need the win to get another championship reign. He might need the win because there's a lot of Roman fans that want him to win. But he's a made man. He's S tier. He's the biggest superstar in all of pro wrestling right now. And if he was to be around more, I would be tempted to put that belt on him. But he's not. We know that he's negotiated this limited schedule. And that means, historically, he tends to go away after Mania. Now, obviously, we've seen previous years when he was in the Bloodline, him go away after Mania and be champion. So it's not impossible for us to put the belt on him and for him to be champion, but to go away, right? But I don't know why we would do that. Like, why would we do that when we've got CM Punk, who's here all the time, competing on a regular basis, and is the champ right now? Like, what's the benefit in taking the belt off Punk? Like, why do we need to do that? Why do we need to put the belt onto Roman? Like, he's already had the run he's going to be remembered for, and he's got plenty of WrestleMania victories. CM Punk, has never main evented night 2, and it feels like this match is going to do it. I mean, CM Punk winning the main event of night 2, it would be one of the biggest moments in CM Punk's career. Roman's already achieved that many times. That would be the biggest moment in CM Punk's career, in my opinion. Him main eventing WrestleMania and getting the win. I mean, he main evented night 1 last year and lost. So main event in night 2 and winning, and us keeping a champion that's around on a more regular basis. And I'd be interested to see how Roman would respond to that loss as well. I mean, to be honest with you, Roman can always use the excuse of inactivity. He can always say, the inactivity has clearly hurt. I'm just not as sharp as I should be. And, I'm trying to be there for my family. But it's quite clear that, like, if you want to be at the very best in WWE, you've got to be here a lot more than I've been able to. And he can always use that as a reason. And maybe it would inspire him to have a year where he did a few more dates. And, maybe we could explore something like that for 2027. Don't know. I mean, obviously, this is all just stuff that you'd have to have conversations about behind the scenes. But if I was in creative, I've got a good argument why I'd keep the belt on Punk. I'd have a good argument as to how Roman can come back and explain the loss. And I would say to Roman, can we get some more dates out of you in 2027? Because I'd be interested in doing a championship run and doing stuff with you. But I feel like maybe not now, maybe not this year, where you still got those limited dates. But if I can increase it in 2027, I can do some stuff then, and I'd be more interested, and that'd be like your redemption, your comeback, and we can do a big marketing thing around it. So that would kind of be my thought process. But Roman's the current favorite. I've not seen the actual odds though, so I don't know by how much. I mean, he might be very close, or it could be wide. I've not seen the odds, But I did see a little thing saying Roman was favourite to get the win at WrestleMania. So I have to throw that out there because even though I've just said why I would go with Punk winning, the bookies are saying the opposite at the moment. Right. Kyle Loves Wrestling said, do we think Randy is S tier and his best run? That's really interesting because Randy's had lots of runs and a lot of them have been kind of meaningless. I think, yeah, that's a really good one because I think Randy is one of the most beloved superstars. He's not actually main evented WrestleMania that many times. In fact, he said that him main eventing WrestleMania this year is going to be the first time he main evented since Daniel Bryan won at WrestleMania 30. And that was back in 2014. So it's 12 years since he main evented WrestleMania. And, you know, obviously he was around at the same time as John. And so John got a lot of those WrestleMania main events throughout the 20s. And so that means that, you know, the WrestleMania 20s. And Triple H picked up a few as well. So that's really interesting. I think if he does make S tier, he probably makes it because of the longevity. He probably makes it because of the fact that he has done a lot of great feuds and he's done a lot of great work. 2009 is obviously the period that is probably most fondly remembered for. I mean, what he was doing during that period and the feud with Undertaker and everything. And obviously his never-ending feuds with John Cena and all the matches that he has against Cena. I would say, and being in Evolution, man, I don't know about the run, but I think the amount of accomplishments, even though we don't have loads of WrestleMania main events, we do have some. And even though we've not had loads of success in recent years, what he did in the 2000s and the kind of 2010s is more than enough. I mean, this is obviously a main event headliner Hall of Famer. This is someone that I would say he does make S tier, but I would have a healthy amount of people ahead of him on that S tier. Because I do feel like there are some things that are sort of missing. I do feel like there's been a lot of injuries in recent years. I do feel like there's maybe not as many WrestleMania main events as you would kind of like to see. I think there's been a lot of title runs that he had that were not really done for his benefit. It was more getting the belt off someone, kind of get like, let's have a little bit of a heel run now, rather than it being Randy's time, you know? And so he's picked up quite a few championship reigns. He's on 14. There's a chance he could break the records. There's a chance. I just don't know how much longer he's got to go. I mean, we could be looking at a couple of years for Randy. I think he will try and keep going till the wheels fall off. I mean, he's clearly someone that's passionate about WWE. He could have gone to Hollywood already and hasn't. So he's someone that, you know, it's wrestling for him. I think longevity, the sheer amount of championships, the sheer amount of achievements, the sheer amount of moments, if you think about everything that he's been a part of, I'm sure there's like a million things coming to your minds. I mean, you know, the RKO out of nothing, WrestleMania 31 with Seth was amazing. Him winning Rumble and the Evolution kind of storyline, 2009, as we said. Maybe not his tag team with Riddle, but his feuds and the work he did with Bray. Yeah, I would put him S tier. I'd put him S tier. My only hesitation is just like, I feel like he's been ever present and he's always been good. But those kind of moments where he really defines WWE, like he becomes the face. For me, it was largely in the shadow of Cena. And he was kind of, you know, up there with Cena. He's certainly one of the faces of Ruthless Aggression. But I think for me, he was a little bit in the Cena shadow, as was everyone else. And, Cena would be ahead of him in a ranking, of course. But I think, so would a healthy amount of other people. So, yes, I would put him in S tier. I'd put him at the bottom of S tier. I think there are still, if he has like a run now, really good run, really good feuds. I mean, actually, he's been missing out on really good feuds in recent years. I mean, I don't. He's been out with injury as well, of course, and he was doing like stuff with Riddle, which was, not really anything special. Got to go back a fair way before you kind of find a really interesting feud for Randy. So I feel like, yes, the sheer amount of stuff puts him S tier, but I think he can move up places in S tier with a really good title run, really good Cody feud, and hopefully, some other good feuds as well. I'd love to see a feud with CM Punk. Love to see a feud with the Wyatts. So by the time we're done, he should hopefully be well established in S tier. But right now, I'd have him in S tier, but more over towards the right, because I just think I could make an argument for quite a few people being ahead of him if we were to, rank them. Do we think that Randy is still the one who probably attacked Jacob? I think so. A while ago, when that happened, I think so. He was the first name that came to my mind because I was really thinking that it was going to be a mystery and it was going to have like an interesting reveal. Normally, if you do a mystery, it tends to have an interesting reveal, right? I mean, when we did the Mystery Man, turned out to be Austin Theory. Obviously, when we did this Mystery Man with Seth, it didn't kind of turn out to be that interesting, but it was Seth. We did the Crate. That turned out to be Danhausen. That got a bad reaction at first. I think people would feel very different about it now that they know a bit more about Danhausen, right? So in regard to who attacked Jacob, my brain tends to go, okay, who would be an interesting option, a realistic but interesting option? And, Drew was the most obvious name, but it was a bit too obvious. So then you go, what about Randy? I mean, Randy is someone that has been around. He was someone that spoke about wanting to get to the championship again. So the idea that he would have took Jacob out so that was a threat removed. Yeah, I could see that. So that was like the first name that kind of popped into my head. And so, we still don't know who it is. But Randy is the one that I won't be shocked to see get revealed. And maybe that sets up Randy's feud after Cody. Right now, Jacob's going after Drew because he thinks Drew attacked him. But once we get past that and he realizes it wasn't, then maybe he finds out who it was and then sets his sights on them. So, yes, I do think that's the direction. Miguel said, I think WWE need to get rid of a lot of the dead weights. Kader said, those RKOs on Seth and Evan Bourne, that's a great one. Are so iconic, they are, yes. I mean, those are great moments that we're talking about. His match with Seth at WrestleMania 31 was fine. I mean, it was good. But I think most people remember Seth for what he did later in the night. But, Randy just has a lot of those moments and just has a lot of achievements as well. So, yeah, I mean, his resume is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Undeniably one of the best heels in WWE history. But, I don't know, was he a little bit of the Macho Man during the Ruthless Aggression in the sense of Cena was the Hogan, Is it a little bit like how Roman is the Hogan and Seth is the Macho Man? Is it a case that, whenever you've got that guy on top, you've always got that person playing second fiddle, just kind of, So, Macho Man, that's an interesting one. Is Macho Man S tier? Again, if you think about championship reigns, if you think about WrestleMania main events, if you think about pay-per-view main events in general, is there enough there for him to be regarded as S? I mean, I think as a character he is, but overall, as a wrestler he is. With the amount of moments he had, he probably is. You know, him being bit by the snake, him and Miss Elizabeth, the retirement match with Warrior. I mean, that's hard. You can't put everyone in S tier. I feel like there's probably an argument that he was. Feels very disrespectful to put him into A tier. But I don't know, what does your A tier look like? If Macho Man is S tier, then who goes into A tier? Batista? Don't know, it's a good one, Andy. I'd like to see your tier thing. You should update it and do it again. Right. Is being a face always bigger business-wise than a heel, besides Hollywood Hogan, said King Gamer. Yeah, I mean, yes, it is, because people tend to buy the merch of the faces because the faces are obviously there to represent the fans. The heels, if they're doing their job correctly, should be people the fans hate and want to see lose. Now, obviously, the business has changed a lot, and so people are more knowledgeable now. For example, people hate Logan, but the issue with Logan is they really hate Logan, and they hate him for the person that he is. Not for the work that he's done, but for the person that he is. And, you know, we know that he's under contract. We know that he's being paid well. We know that WWE is predetermined. We know that a lot of what he's doing is, you know, he's kind of sat backstage with the baby faces, just planning out the show. So him getting beaten up, it doesn't satisfy as much because we know they're all working together. Back in the day when Sergeant Slaughter was beating up the Iron Sheik, right? Or Hogan was beating up Sergeant Slaughter. You know, that was satisfying because that was the heel, the horrible heel getting their comeuppance. That was them being beaten down. So, yeah, from a merch point of view, from an engagement point of view, the baby faces always generate a lot more money, shift a lot more tickets. But it would depend who the babyface is. I mean, obviously, if there was a heel that you hated and there was a babyface that was going to try and beat them up for you, right? Get even for you, like, oh my God, I hate that heel and this person hates that heel. They're gonna beat him up, right? And I want to see it. You know, that generates the money, doesn't it? They always say the babyface, the value in the babyface is chasing. Them trying to win the belt is where the value is, and going after the championship. So this is why when, like, you've got the belt like Cody did recently, it's very hard to book a babyface run. It's very difficult because it's so easy to have the fans hoping and dreaming and clamoring that their hero can do it. Oh my God, I hope they can. Look at Cody finishing the story, as we spoke about many times. Lots of people on board with that. But then, of course, really the work kicks in when they become champ. And then you've got to put them into some very interesting stories, very interesting situations. And, you know, that becomes a lot harder. Back in the day when Hogan was on top, it was not as difficult because really he was the hero and everyone loved him and they just wanted the hero to stay on top. There weren't really too many people going to the shows going, why are they booking this? Like, you know, kayfabe was still alive. There were certainly people in the audience that knew the truth. Certainly. I mean, I think Observer starts up, is it late 80s? Early 90s. Throughout the decades, there'd been exposés of wrestling. So there was a big expose of wrestling in the 1950s. That's one of my favorite facts, actually, that I learned, was that WWE leaned on a lot of foreign baby faces at first because there was a big expose in New York in the newspapers that really just exposed wrestling as being fake, right? And so that meant that if you read that newspaper, and a lot of people read the newspapers back then, the business would have been exposed. And so there was a bit of an issue where a load of people back in the 50s, in America, in New York in particular, knew that wrestling was predetermined. And so as a result, they had to go with the likes of Bruno, who is obviously kind of Italian, born in Italy. And obviously a lot of the Italian Americans hadn't read that article, didn't know, right? And so we kind of leaned on that. And then, of course, after Bruno, the next person they went to was Pedro Morales, who was from Puerto Rico. You know, it is funny, isn't it, how we don't have like that big American baby face throughout the 60s and into the early 70s. I mean, you know, we do eventually get to superstar Billy Graham, but, you know, we're well past the expose that had been in the papers in the 1950s by the time we're in the 1970s. So it's, yeah, very interesting. There's lots of stuff like that in regards to the history of WWE that's very interesting. But, yeah, the baby faces obviously do generate a lot more interest historically. Have we heard the news about Ted DiBiase Jr.? I have, yeah, big news. I mean, it really is big news. He was facing those charges for a long time. So for him now to be found not guilty, that is a big deal. That is a big deal. I'm pleased for him, because if he's innocent, then that's a horrific thing for him to have gone through. I think it really did affect his character, his persona, because I certainly was like, oof, he's really dropped off, you know, even though you're innocent till proven guilty, kind of like, oh my God, you know, that's a bad allegation. So for him to now be found completely innocent of all of that stuff, that, I mean, he must be breathing quite the sigh of relief tonight, I can tell you. Not even about it potentially coming back into WWE and doing something with this story, but just, I mean, I think he's avoided serious prison time there. Serious prison time. So, yes, that was a big development today for him. I've got a feeling Roman will beat CM Punk, and on next Raw will interrupt Roman and say, your time is over and my time is now, said Job Lee. Well, I'd be down on a Roman Gunther feud, absolutely. That's definitely one I'd love to see. So, put me down for that. That's the kind of level that I would like to see Gunther operating at, yes. So I'm definitely down for that. Dennis Rodman in the Hall of Fame. Yep. We covered it in Unseen. So Unseen, for those that don't know, I tried to do now before we start the streams. I've tried to do that all week, and I'm trying to do that permanently as we go forwards. I think it sits better there. It is true that we don't get everything in it now, because obviously there's a few stories that drop kind of a little bit later in the day, but I just mop them up and put them in the next one. So things like Dennis Rodman, things like Ted DiBiase, they made it in today's Unseen. And so we've been able to kind of touch on those in that video. And I think it just, you know, it's good because it means that we can do Unseen, we can do the stream, and then we can do the breakdown for SmackDown after, and things don't really get in each other's way too bad. So I think it's working well. Definitely want to keep going with this being like the new schedule. And eventually I will start putting out like some fun videos. And I want to do those on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And those will be videos where we just do one on Rhea, different one the next day on Cody, next one the next day on EO. Next week we'll come back, do one on Drew. We'll do one on, I don't know, whoever, Bianca, and we'll just kind of cycle through. And so a lot of the kind of fun stuff that might have made it into a fun folder, I've been kind of putting those into individual wrestler folders. I've got about 70 folders. I haven't got many that are full. So this is a plea, yeah? If you see fun stuff, that's what I'm really after. I don't need news. I got news covered. News is easy to find, right? Wrestle Talk, Wrestle Purists, Fightful, Sean Ross Sapp, Cultaholic, all of those put out news. So news is easy to find, but fun stuff that's, you know, makes you laugh, makes you smile, that's wrestling related. Ideally WWE, of course. Tag me in it. I'm interested. I've probably got a folder that it can go in. I think people will get a really good idea of what we're trying to do once we start those videos. And I don't know when they'll get started. It really depends when I've got enough folders ready to go, because I don't want to start it and then have to stop it because I don't have any more content, So I'm trying to fill up like a good 10, 15, 20 folders, so I've got more than enough ready to go, So that will be starting at some point. I really thought we was going to be underway with that like February, but it's just proving really hard actually to fill those folders up. What tends to happen is someone will send me something and I won't have a folder for it, so I'll have to create a new one. So I got sent something for the Usos the other day and I didn't have an Usos folder, so I've now got an Usos folder. So it didn't fill a folder, it just created a new one. And that just happens all the time. So the amount of folders I've got is growing, but the stuff in the folders, sadly, is not going up. And that's what I need to try and do. So that's kind of, now we've got this new schedule in place, I need to change the schedule for the members, which we've been talking about for a good few weeks. And that's going to happen in April. And then start doing these fun videos. So that's kind of where we are with the channel at the moment. And also at some point, yes, I do need to do a toy hunt. I am very aware of that, but there's plenty going on at the moment. So yeah, streams are all great though. I mean, no changes to this. We will be back tomorrow as well, of course, with AAA. So we'll have a AAA stream tomorrow. Got that already set up on the channel. Right, YT Melonhead, so that can I ask a quick question? Yes. What are we going to do with Trick at Mania? I think Mania 42, I expected him to be more over than he is now. I'm not worried about Trick. I don't worry about people that come up from NXT for at least 6 months to 12 months. I think that there is an adjustment period that is kind of a bit hard for us as fans to appreciate. And I've spoke about it before, but when you're in NXT, you obviously are in Florida pretty much 99% of the time. You're working in the performance center all the time, and it's the same building every single week. You get a lot more support and feedback. You're right there at the performance center. You go in each day to work on different things, promo class, all of that stuff. The difference between that and the main roster is undescribable, right? I mean, the main roster, you don't have promo classes, you don't have classes, you're not in the same building each week, you're on the road, you're going all over America, you're not in your same bed, you're having to stay in hotels, there's a lot more media that you have to do. It is just, you're being pulled from pillar to post, you're in a hotel, you're in a different arena, you're on a plane, you're back home for a few days, then all of a sudden you're off again. You're doing media, you're having a lot more conversation. Like, it is just so wildly different to NXT that for me, the idea that people would come up and we just push them and they're just, I mean, like, for me, there is an adjustment period. There is a period where it's like, there's no fire, there's no race, there's no rush. Like, let's just get these people on TV. Let's try, hopefully have something for them to get their teeth into, but let's allow them to find their feet and then move forward. So, someone like Oba is very special, and you don't do that all the time. Oba is someone that, well, to be honest, I mean, what's he been doing? Just a lot of squash matches, and now finds himself in a match with Brock. But Oba's impact and his connection with the audience has been instant. You don't really get that from a Carmelo, and you don't really get that from a Kiana James. And do you know what I mean? Like, it's just not normal. What we're seeing out of Oba is not normal, right? We've called up so many people from NXT, and you don't see this level of aura straight out of the gate. So I know people will be like, well, we're moving quick with Oba. Yeah. But you need to understand Oba's seriously special, right? Oba's like a once-in-a-generation type talent, right? And you could make an argument that the sort of reaction Trick's been getting has been very, very special as well. I mean, whoop, that Trick's really catching on. But I am not concerned in the slightest when it comes to Trick. I'm very confident that he is going to be a massive success in the future. For me, it might even have took WWE by surprise, actually, that Trick has caught on as quick as he has. I think Oba, maybe not as surprising, because he is someone that had great aura straight out the gate in NXT as well. He's someone that came in and really grabbed attention, like immediately straight away, right? With Trick, there's been a bit of a process with him. I mean, he was kind of the right-hand man of Carmelo. They had Trick Mello Gang. And then, you know, he went solo, and it wasn't immediate that everyone jumped. But, you know, it started to gain momentum, and, you know, he got where he got. I don't know that WWE thought that was just going to translate 100% immediately to the main roster. They probably had high hopes. But, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to find out they're surprised that this has gone as well as it has with Trick. Ober, I think, a little bit more understandable. So I'm just not worried. That's my answer. I'm not worried. I think whatever he does at this year's Mania will be fine. Whatever match he finds himself in. I'm not aware of him having a singles match at the moment. He might find himself in the... Well, what brand is he on? He is over on... I want to say SmackDown. He's over on SmackDown. So I don't know that he'll find himself in that IC match. Obviously, we don't know what's happening with Carmelo, but they'll have some up for him. I mean, at worst, he'll find himself in the Andre Battle Royal, which I can't see them doing because that tends to be the SmackDown before WrestleMania. I will be surprised if they don't have him on the card in any capacity. But I've not heard any rumour as to how they're going to use him. But I would expect they'll find a way. But to be honest with you, even if he misses WrestleMania this year, I still won't be something I'll be complaining about. Because for me, like, he's only just arrived. And, like, it's okay for us to kind of not have had him in plans. It's okay for us to have not expected this to have caught on as quick. And for him to have not been in the plans. And actually, we've got some big stuff planned straight after Mania. And we're going to build him up towards SummerSlam. And we've got, like, something in the works for SummerSlam. Like, I could understand that. I could imagine sitting down with Triple H and him saying, we've got our WrestleMania plans pretty much locked. We did not know that we were going to be getting this reaction. We could shoehorn him in somewhere. But we've got a feud... like ready for him after Mania, so it makes a lot more sense for us to just stick to our original plan. I think if we do that, then we should bring him out to do something with the attendance. If he's not going to be in a match because we never thought he would get over this quickly, and he was not in any of the Mania plans, and we don't want to tamper with it, that's okay. That's okay. I know people will be disappointed, but it won't be the last time you're disappointed. Trust me, right? We all remember 2025. So, but I do think he should feature in some capacity. If he comes down and does something with The Miz or Danhausen during the attendance thing, fine, right? I think he should be on the card in some capacity. He should feature in some way. But, yeah, I don't know. Bottom line is I'm not worried. I'm really not worried. DK, it said, I just want to see Cody get punted. Well, you could see Cody get punted. He is in a feud with Randy. I can see Randy being this vicious Randy. I won't be shocked to see Cody be on the receiving end of a punt. Joe said, here's your daily confidence boost. Hello, handsome. Hello, Joe. Joe says, R.I.P. to Chuck Norris. When I heard last night that he'd been rushed to hospital, I wondered, is the hospital okay? I'm going to miss those Chuck Norris jokes. That's kind of what he was more known for in recent years, wasn't it? It was kind of the jokes around Chuck Norris. I agree. An absolute legend, and someone that will be... greatly missed. It's I don't know, it's one of the, it sounds stupid, doesn't it, when you say, God, you just didn't think about them passing away. I mean, everyone's human, everyone's going to pass away, but yeah, I don't know, he was definitely one of those names that you just don't really ever think of. He's going to pass away, probably because of those memes. So I agree with you, very sad, but nice to see WWE putting a message out today, remembering and showing respect. So, Joe, hope you're well, buds. Okay, SmackDown coming up. We have got 8 minutes. So if you are just joining us, obviously we always start a couple of hours before. We like to have a chat around where we are. A lot of people only tend to join us on a Monday and a Friday. We do NXT as well. Evolve, I had real trouble this week. I could not get my VPN working, which is fine. I mean, you know, technical problem, hopefully just a one-off. But I also heard that the show had dropped early this week. And that's a bit of a problem if that's going to happen every week, because obviously people will just end up watching it. And then, of course, they won't have a need to kind of join us for the watch along. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit worried about Wednesday stream. But regardless, we're normally around on NXT as well. So we do a Monday, we do a Friday, we do a Tuesday, we're doing a Saturday. We normally do Saturdays when we can, whenever there's a show to do. And yeah, it's obviously WrestleMania season, pretty good, pretty exciting at the moment. But we always like to have a little catch up, kind of talk about where the wrestling world is. And yeah, there's been quite a bit of news this week. It definitely feels like WrestleMania season in regards to the amount of news that's around. Connor said, what do we think on AEW? I don't cover AEW, buds. Triple A said, I think the creative vision is better than Triple H. In 2026, who would be the champs? Who are the guys that should be the champions this year, says Triple A. Well, honestly, I think you'd want to look at the names that the fans would be most excited by. So, you know, I wouldn't hate Randy having a run. I mean, looking at where we are right now, you know, for me personally, I'd keep the belt on Punk because he's around more often and we can do more stuff. You know, we can't really do much of a feud with Roman in May and June because he doesn't tend to be around. So I'd much rather have Punk around where I can do something. So I'd keep the belt on Punk. And I'd put the belt on Randy. I'd be really tempted to do a Randy-Cody feuds. I think, to be honest, I think I would not have put the belt on Drew. And I know that people will moan about that. But I think that it kind of frustrated. I think there's a lot of Drew fans that feel very frustrated now because you sort of dangled the carrot that Drew was going to have this great run, and then you took it away. And you sort of dangled the carrot that Drew was going to be in the main event of WrestleMania, and you took it away. I mean, what did that run really do for Drew? I mean, the one thing that it did do is it allowed him to go to Scotland with the belt, right? So it wasn't completely wasted. But I would look to get Drew that championship further down the road, but give him a proper run. And make sure that he had that Scotland appearance, right? So I think that, you know, Cody winning the belt back like he did the other week, only to lose it at Mania. I don't know, what's this run? What's this? It's like Cody's a transitional champion now, taking the belt off Drew just to drop it to Randy. I mean, for me, just keep it on Cody, get to Mania. Then maybe Cody losing to Randy would have more impact. I don't really think it has the same impact, considering we just saw Cody lose to Drew. So, bit controversial, but I wouldn't have put the belt on Drew like we just did. I would drop it to Randy, and I'd have Randy carry it forwards. I think I'm not against the idea of Gunther getting a run. I feel like Gunther should get a run. Maybe he gets it from Punk. I mean, we did Punk and Gunther last year, so you've got to be a bit careful about that because there's going to be a lot of people that won't want to see that rematch because it's just a match we had last year. But we do have to capitalize on Gunther. I mean, Gunther just retired Cena, just retired AJ. Gunther, if you're going to put the belt on him, I'll put it on him really late in the year. I think at SummerSlam he's going to be facing Brock, so you can't do it at SummerSlam. And certainly he's not involved in any title match at WrestleMania. So I think I'd have Gunther for very, very late in the year. That's going to be hard because Punk is probably going to drop it before then. But if he drops it, he's probably dropping it to a heel. And I don't think Gunther getting it from a heel makes sense. So maybe Punk has to go all the way through to Gunther at the end of the year. Again, I don't know how people would feel about that, but could we make this sort of the reign that Punk is, I don't want to say remembered for, because we all remember the 400-odd day reign, but could this run be something really fun? I mean, maybe Randy Punk could be really fun later in the year. Maybe Randy can kind of switch over and get into it with Punk. So that would mean Randy would have to drop the title. I don't think there's an appetite for that belt to go back to Cody. So maybe I would resist putting the belt back onto Cody. So perhaps we would need to look at like a babyface at the moment. So we would need a babyface. LA Knight's pretty popular, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way forwards. But yeah, I feel like Gunther's the one we need to get the belt on. Oba, could you do Oba against Randy at SummerSlam? Maybe Cody is not the one that faces Randy at SummerSlam. Maybe you do Oba, and maybe Oba gets the belt from Randy. That then frees Randy up to go after Punk and get into a feud with Punk. Randy would not get the better of that feud. Punk then runs into Gunther. Gunther could get the title later in the year. So this way, I'm getting Oba in the mix. I'm getting Gunther in the mix. I'm keeping the belt on Punk like I said I would. I'm keeping the belt. I'm moving the belt onto Randy. I think the anti-Cody fans would be pleased with the fact that Cody drops the belt at WrestleMania, doesn't get it back for the rest of this year. Yeah, I'd be looking at something along those lines. Maybe you'd want to put in a period where a few people would get their hands on it. I don't know. I've heard people saying they would have the belt move around a little bit over a short period of time. I mean, you could do that over the summer, but I don't know if you'd just be doing that for the sake of doing that. But yeah, as a rough kind of template, I think I'd be looking at something like that. I think Oba is well in the mix. I think that he could absolutely be champion by the end of the year. I mean, I think there's a good chance he could get the win over Brock at WrestleMania. And I mean, how much higher can you get than that, really? Beating Brock at Mania. So, and Gunther, he's got to, hasn't he? I mean, he's got to capitalize on being the one to retire Cena. I've got to think that he will be champion at some point. Again, I want to say this year. And I think Randy having that belt being the heel, I think that could be pretty fun over the summer. Perhaps you end up doing Punk Randy at Crown Jewel, because if they're both champions, they would be on a collision course, wouldn't they? That would be your Crown Jewel. Heel Randy against Punk at Crown Jewel, if they're both champs. Okay, show should be starting in a second. Dirty Dom should be the one that retires Ray, not Gunther. Yeah, I don't know that Ray would be retiring. I don't know that. I've not heard a report that this WrestleMania would be his last WrestleMania. So I did see that, people saying that it didn't make sense Gunther beating Ray. I don't know that this would be it. Do we think that Seth will get the World Championship back? Maybe one day. I don't think he needs it now. Seth's got a bigger problem, and that's the Vision. So for me, Seth obviously needs to kind of take the Vision down. That's not just going to be one match, is it? I mean, if he beats Braun, they're not just going to go their separate ways after. So I'd imagine Seth against the Vision is going to play out throughout the summer. So I don't see Seth getting back to the title probably this year. If he did, it'd be at the end of the year. Shining Wizard said one bonus of getting the belt off Cody would be that Daze stops going on about him for hours and hours. Well, that's true. He's obviously a big talking point at the moment, though, because he is the champ and he is in the main event of WrestleMania, and he has just been involved in one of the big segments of the year. We're just seeing a replay of that segment right now. Randy turning on Cody. Boom. Smashing him with those ring steps. It was such a good beatdown. This was such a good beatdown. I hope this is better than the last SmackDown. I got bored, says the Ribs. I started replaying Resident Evil. Yeah, I think last week's SmackDown was not mind-blowing apart from that final segment, which I think most people agreed delivered. So we just got the replay right now. This was supposed to be easy. Big Migs said, you didn't eat shame AJ Lee like you did with Kendall. Oh, yeah, but she didn't get her hands in there. Plus, that was AJ's cake. I don't know, that was Kendall's cake. I did like that picture, though. I did enjoy it. Big Migs, shout out to you. It is true. WWE wrestlers just continue to prove they just don't know how to eat cake like a normal human being, do they? Kendall absolutely savaged hers in NXT, and AJ Lee on today's Unseen. No cutlery, no manners. Straight in there. Okay, Randy Orton is going to be on the show tonight. As we know. But it doesn't look like he's opening the show. He might be closing it, mightn't he? Let him in said, would we want Randy to lead like a legacy again, says Let him in. I'd be down for that, yeah. I mean, obviously, what we spoke about just before SmackDown started would be a bit of an outline of what I would be looking for. But, I mean, clearly not the direction WWE may choose to go. But, yeah, I think, you know, Randy being champion over the summer, and you do what you can to make that as interesting as possible. I think a new legacy. I'm definitely down for that. I think there's a lot of people you could put in it as well. There's a lot of people that are at a bit of a loss at the moment. Kit Wilson arriving. He's got a jelly roll program. Shining Wizard said, it was a little dig. Daze, love you long time. Shining Wizards. Okay, hang on. We got something happening. Jelly Roll's just arrived. We got look at all this. Look at all these people running. We've got something going on in the parking lot. I can't even see who it is. Oh, there's been some sort of car accident. It's going to be Drew and Jacob. Looks like Drew has driven into the side of Jacob's car. That airbag has gone off. And right now they're fighting on top of the bonnet of the car. Drew going off. Pop, pop, pop. What did you think was going to happen? He's getting, oh my God, look at the bloods. Look at the bloods. Jacob is busted. Jacob is busted. He is down. We've got excitement already at the start of SmackDown. Yeah, good. I love that kind of stuff. I know that you can't overdo that. Like, you know, brawls in the back, but oh my God, we have not been getting those kind of things. I mean, that just very much screams WrestleMania season. Yeah, even Wade Barrett's just said that's what WrestleMania season's all about. Okay, so we've got Wade's, we've got... Oh, Drew's coming out, Drew's coming out. Drew's coming out. He's making his way out into the arena. The only place I should be wrestling is the main event of WrestleMania. Crowd are booing Drew. If anyone wrongs Drew McIntyre, your ass belongs to me. Okay, so here's Nick Aldis. You talk about being on the way to WrestleMania. The only place you're on your way to is unemployment. Oof. He actually names Nick Aldis's kid. Oh, here's Jacob. Jacob making his way down. So Jacob with a cut on his head. They're brawling again. Going at it. Going at it. Over into the barricade goes Jacob. Drew unloading on Jacob. Jacob down at the moment. Drew grabbing a hold of him. Battling around the ringside area. Into the ring post goes Drew. Oh, I love that close-up by Jacob on the camera. That looks so good. Into the ring steps. Into the ring step. Look at the blood. I can believe that's a blade job. I don't know that that's fake blood. Right now we've got Drew being hurled over the commentary table. The top part of the commentary table is being thrown. It's being cleared. It's a hot start here for SmackDown. Jacob with a headbutt. Drew down. Shots coming down there by Jacob. There's a lot of people out there. They're leading him away. So Fatu is being led away. Looks like the security have managed to get on top of the situation momentarily, but not for long. Jacob comes back. Bah! Big splash. Flipping it now. Crowd love that. That's played very well. This Fatu might end up in a cage, said Wrestle Squatch. Well, it's getting a great reaction from the fans. They enjoyed that bit. Drew's down at the moment. Jacob walking away. Drew might have started it. Jacob's ended it. Boom. David said, can we bring the Spanish table back to destroy? It is the English commentary table that gets a lot of it these days. Jacob goes to see Dr. Britt Baker SmackDown next week. Well, yeah, it is a wild beginning, and we go to commercial break. So wild start, fun start, hot start, said Johnny. Yeah, that I mean. Jay said, this makes Drew look like a chump. How did Jacob stand tall after all of that? How dare he wear red on SmackDown, said the... That's a good point. That is actually disrespectful to SmackDown. Wearing red, very disrespectful. Okay, let's just pop that in there for now. I'm not sure what we're going to go back to when we go back. We are at commercial break. Good start. Don't think we're gonna top Lesnar over though, said Radiated Zombie. Daze, with the possibility of B-Fab being a backup plan for Jay, do we think B-Fab's heel turn will happen at Mania or before? Well, I think they will. I don't even know what they're doing with that, to be honest, but it feels like we are getting some sort of alliance there. I mean, they were talking backstage and then they walked off together, so definitely feels like we're probably going to keep teasing that I would imagine we're still a good distance away from Mania. So my guess would be that we will do a turn before, but it could be at the show. I can definitely see BFAB joining up with Jade's, being a baddie, and, helping her get victories in matches, distracting, tripping people over, attacking girls backstage on Jade's behalf, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, if I'm a guessing man, a betting man, I'd say we'll probably pull that trigger before, but it could be at the show. Hello, Puppy Crocs. Hope you're doing well. Cart said maybe Drew versus Jacob with Nick Aldis as a special guest referee. David said, wearing red is bad luck. Remember, Star Trek, you die, says Davids. Connor said, would we like to see Drew Jacob in a Hell in a Cell? Wouldn't be down on it. Yeah, no, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. We did solo Jacob in a steel cage match at SummerSlam, I want to say, and it was very underwhelming. So doing a stipulation like that doesn't necessarily make the match better. Obviously, if you do a stipulation, you want the match to be improved. So, yeah, Hell in a Cell I would not be down on. That would be, a big spectacle. Hopefully it wouldn't limit them either, because you can still go outside the ring, weapons and all that stuff. I think Hell in a Cell is better than a steel cage. Steel cage is obviously very limiting because you are just trapped within the ring. Hell in a Cell, you've got more freedom, a lot more you can do. So, yeah, I wouldn't be down on that. Keegan, shout out to you. Daze, would you like to see... Oh, we read that one. Aldis is a playable character in 2K26. I'd love to see him wrestle Pierce someday, said MVZ. Harmon said, I feel like now we can say it's WrestleMania season. There's multiple rivalries with potential. I think Randy should also feud with Seth later this year. Oh, yeah, that'd be good. I'd be down for that. Okay, we are back after commercial break. WWE needs managers, said user. McIntyre smashing Jacob off that car bonnet. Pop, 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 pop. Letting those hands go. Yeah, Jacob coming down. Blimey now, we're only 15 minutes into this thing. They're just showing us what happened in the first 15 minutes. There must be data that says that it is really worth showing a replay. I can understand showing a replay of what happened like later in the show in an hour's time in case you missed the first hour. But how many people missed the first 10 minutes but are here now? Like, how many people is this benefiting? Showing a replay of what just happened before the break. I don't know, man. Looks like we've got Alistair. Is this Alistair? Damian? This is Damian, isn't it? Do I know what... Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, tag match. I was going to say, do I know what Damian's doing? I do. It's a tag match. MFTs versus Damian and R-Truth. Drew and Jacob in a Punjabi weapons match. Let's go. It's time to break out the Punjabi prison. That's what we all want. It's a 3-hour show. They need to fill it somehow, said Porky Pig. That's true. Just keep showing replays of that all night. Did you hear about Chuck Norris? Said Matt. I did, Matt. Yes, very sad. Very sad. A true legend. What do we think about Drew Jacob Last Man Standing instead of a Hell in a Cell? Fine. Probably not as excited for that. Wrestle Squatch said, showing the replay of what we just saw, especially when we can rewind, that's laziness. A Samoan prison match, said the Ribs. Duran said, Boomer's memories are not what they used to be. We need those recaps. Oh, it's nothing new, is it? I mean, we're not pointing out something we've never seen before. They do it all the time. But just occasionally it's worth questioning, do we really need this? Can we not just get to the action? Maybe do the replay, the instant replay or whatever in an hour's time. Okay, here's the MFTs. Let's do a poll, shall we? See, I think the fact this is the first match probably means the title change is less likely. Who leaves as champions? Is it going to be the MFTs? Is it going to be Damian and Truth? Are the Wyatts going to get involved? Here's the MFTs. All of them. Tala, Solo, Tongaloa, Tamatonga, JC. Got the Lantern as well. David said they're trying to revive a flat Damian, a release after WrestleMania. Well, I don't really like to see anyone get released. I always think that creatively you should be able to make these people interesting. You should be able to creatively find... I mean, if they made it this far, then that says to me that they have shown something to have made it to the main roster. And if they haven't, why did you bring them to the main roster in the first place? So, I don't know. I always think releases, they're kind of part of the industry, of course, because you can't keep adding and adding and adding to the main roster. You do have to keep in, you do have to keep within some sort of budget. So you can't just keep adding and adding and adding and calling people up and just bloating the roster, right? So we know that this is part of the business. But it always feels a little bit of an admission of failure that we weren't able to, make these people work. It's just a bit easy. I find it a bit easy. It's like WWE are very comfortable with just letting people go. People they've spent a long time working with and building up and, just throw them away. It's a shame. The releases is like a real dark side to the business, but it's part of the business. We understand that. Okay, Damian collides into JC. When do we think that the Wyatt's MFT feud will end? Well, I'm hoping it doesn't go past Mania. I wouldn't be shocked if they did some at Mania, but I'm hoping it doesn't go past Mania. Tala on the outsides. RTX said, do we think it's a mistake not having her main belts be a fatal four-way, not just a one-on-one? I think it's really interesting because obviously we don't know what the plans are for after Mania, so it makes it a little bit difficult to say if it's a mistake or not because I don't know where they're going. But I personally would be interested in a Randy-Cody feud after WrestleMania as well as, right, WrestleMania. So it doesn't need to be that WrestleMania is the one and only match. So could they have done a triple threat or a fatal four-way? I would say yes. And I'm someone that doesn't really care for triple threats and fatal four-ways. But what I will say is that in recent years, a lot of triple threats have been very, very entertaining. My opinion of them has kind of softened a little just because they've shown themselves to be very entertaining. I found a lot of triple threats throughout the 2010s to not be as good. If I think about like Roman against Edge and Daniel Bryan, it's not a triple threat that I would have had as the main event of WrestleMania. That's not a triple threat that I have a lot of fondness for. I think we could have done a singles match. It could have been better. Obviously, we did the triple threat with Daniel, Batista, and Randy at WrestleMania 30. I get why we did it because of the story being Daniel would be added if he beat Triple H. I understand all of that, but as a triple threat, I don't think it's an amazing main event. I think you can look at the women in the main event of WrestleMania 35. I don't think that's an amazing triple threat either. I think that would have been a lot more prestigious, a lot better remembered if it was maybe just Charlotte and Becky, right? Or maybe Ronda and Becky if we could have, made that an amazing match. challenge him because obviously Ronda was limited. But, you know, for me, triple threats, they're not my preference. But in this situation where we have, you know, a lot going on in regards to Drew's just been champion, Jacob's in the mix, Randy's just turned heel, Cody obviously the champ, or the champ now. You've got a lot of elements that you could have got to a fatal four-way, yes. So is it a mistake? It's hard to say because I don't know where we're going. I don't know what post-Mania looks like. But I know a lot of people would have wanted Drew to have been in that main event. And by extension, I think Jacob would have made it as well. So certainly that's the direction I thought we were going. I'm very surprised they're doing it as two separate matches. I do love Cody and Drew, though. And certainly even more after the turn and the brutal beatdown. So I can't really sit here and complain. I can't really sit here and say, oh, this sucks, because I'm getting a match that I wanted in the main event of WrestleMania. I do just question how we got to it, though. I think you've upset a lot of Drew fans. Unnecessarily. Dangled a carrot. Made it seem like he was going to be a part of it, and now he isn't. And I'd like to see that feud continue after, so we can do plenty of Randy Cody singles matches after Mania. So it's a tough one to answer about if it's a mistake or not. I thought they were doing the Fatal 4-Way. I would have done the Fatal 4-Way, but I can't be down on what we're getting because I do like what we're getting. That's probably the most complete answer I can give you on that. Mackenzie said Damian and Truth have got a combined age of 97. Let's go. Well, that explains why they came down in mobility scooters. Back elbow coming in there by JC. JC with a standing moonsault on Damian. MFT's in control. Damian is over in the corner and R-Truth. Okay, JC is looking to come in. Okay, JC down. Damian down. That spinning kick takes JC down. Tag being made. In comes Truth. Truth tagged in. Truth in there with Tama. Big cheer for Truth. And again. Okay. Get your votes in. I don't know how much longer this match is going for. I think it's got a bit of time in it. It's Ron Cena. Ron Cena's in there. You can't see me. Against the ropes. Ron Cena. 5-knuckle shuffle connects. The 5-knuckle shuffle. I love the camera work. We're right on the edge of the... That's not... We don't normally do that. Stand on the edge of the ring. Drop kick. Drop kick by Tama. Down goes Truth. It seems like you lot are split which way this is going. 1, 2. Damian makes the save. So over 200 votes. 56% of you think that Damian and Truth are going to get the win. 44% of you think MFTs are going to get the win. And it's a fun opener, to be honest. Kick coming in by Truth. Down goes Tama. Tama rolls out the ring. Out the ring. Damian takes down Tama. Stone cold R-Truth, said Alex. Drop toe holds. Truth looking for STF. He's got it in. STF is in. Big man reaching out for the ropes, but R-Truth's going to grab him. Going to drag him back. He's going to look to put it on again. Solo trying to distract. Tala grabs a hold of Truth. Picks him up. Slams him on the edge of the ring. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. That felt like it was it, you know. That felt like it was it. Oh, here we go. We got a bit of a flicker. We just got the Wyatts logo. The Wyatts are making their way down. This could make things interesting. That's going to deal with the outside interference. Could we be getting new champs? You lot were split. You lot were split. You said 56-44. There is Uncle Howdy. Uncle Howdy with a mandible claw. JC jumps out the ring. Super kick. Oh, God, Howdy. That was your big plan. Your big plan was to put a mandible claw on and then just get chucked around by JC. JC gives that lantern back to Solo. JC gets back in the ring. He charges over R-Truth. Kick comes in. That's given Truth and Damian the momentum. Big clothesline. Tama goes down. Here we go on the shoulders. He's looking for an AA. Gets it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's done it. R-Truth has done it. And new. Oh, my God, yes. They did it. Title change. New champs. Damian Priest and R-Truth get those tag titles. The two of them embracing in the ring. Oh, man, this is going to play so well. People are going to be thrilled. People love R-Truth. And he's got his hands on some gold. Lots of shenanigans, as you would expect. But the AA as well. Ron Cena does it. Ron Cena does it. They're just showing a replay. Let's get the poll up, shall we? See what you lot thought about the match. The AA. Oh, I'm so pleased. And I think it's all credible the way they did it. I mean, you know, you have the Wyatts come out. That takes the focus of the MFTs away. Pyro going off. Well, there we go. We've had new tag team champs on the men's side. Are we going to get new women's tag team champs? We've got the Bellas backstage. They're watching. They're going to be inspired, of course, by what they've just seen. Anyone that underestimates us, it's going to just make it that much more sweeter. Here's Charlotte and Alexa. They're enjoying some Ben & Jerry's. I can vibe with that. Eat your ice cream, Lexi. Charlotte says, whoever wins or loses, we want next. There's actual ice cream in there this time, said Doug. Sonny said, I want Ben & Jerry's. Okay, there's Candice and Johnny. Oh, Danhausen! Can you fix this? He's gone. She just gave Danhausen $20 human and he's disappeared. He went, thank you. And was that him running away down the corridor? I hope it was. I hope that was him just running away down the corridor. I just saw someone doing like some running down the corridor. Oh, that was so good. Can you fix this, Danhausen? Can you fix this? $20 human? Yes, here you go. Thank you. Mate, we're 32 minutes in, and this is a great show. This is a very entertaining show. We got a parking lot brawl. We got new tag team champs. We got Danhausen being hilarious. This is a great show. Fun fact, R-Truth is the first person to hold both current versions of the tag titles. Hell of an achievement. You don't expect that, do you, from R-Truth? So yeah, new tag team champs. Yes, it was him running, says Big Migs. Ah, that's great. That is great. Making his way down the corridor very quickly, trying to run away. Love that. Daze, how do you feel about Dennis Rodman? I don't mind. Dennis Rodman did certainly contributed. It was obviously more on the WCW side, but, you know, we purchased WCW, so there's plenty of, you know, I mean, Sting didn't do a great deal in WWE, but we put him in. So, yeah, I think he's someone that's worthy of going in. I don't have a problem, like him going into like a celebrity wing. No issues. The conversation becomes, shouldn't Cyndi Lauper go in? Shouldn't this person have gone in? Shouldn't Bam Bam have gone in? Blah, blah, blah. Shouldn't it be Bray? Blah, blah, blah. I get it, right? But I don't like to do that because I think, like, that's a slippery slope, you know? It's kind of a slippery slope to kind of say, oh, it shouldn't be this person, it should be this person instead, blah, 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 blah. I'd just rather judge each person as to whether they're worthy of going in. And I think for a celebrity wing, Dennis Rodman's fine. Again, you know, I don't put him in the Hall of Fame for his massive contribution to wrestling alongside all the other wrestlers, but a celebrity kind of wing, yes, I don't have a problem with that. But it doesn't mean that Bray should not go in. Of course he should. And Bam Bam should go in, and Sid should go in, and Crush should go in, and Rick the Model Martel, as we saw in Unseen, he should go in. So there's a long list of people that need to go in still. Bishop said, Daze, it might be because I went to WrestleMania last year, but I'm just not as excited for this year as was last year. Thoughts? I'm doing all right, actually. I'm doing all right. I think I think the Randy Cody match is one that people know I'm really into, so I'm genuinely into that. I think Stephanie Liv will be fun. It'll be fine. I think the problem with that match is I don't really find myself rooting for Stephanie as the babyface as much as I should be. I just don't know loads about her, which is crazy because she was in NXT. Obviously, there's a bit of a language barrier that's there, but we just don't see her like really interacting with lots of people. And I don't know, she just feels a bit cold to me. She feels a bit distant. I would kind of like to learn more about her, you know? Be good to get some video packages on and, like, you know, really try and present her. I mean, she's a good wrestler. I don't think we've scratched the surface of what she can do yet. Liv's a great heel. Maybe the build for this is going to, you know, hopefully reveal some stuff and we'll be even more excited by the time we get to it. But, yeah, I think it's a fine match. I'm not particularly down on it. I think it's fine. I think Jade, we knew she was going to be at Mania. So I think having her against probably the best in-ring female talent. I mean, it's either going to be Rhea or Io or Becky. It's one of those, in my opinion. So that's probably as good as we could ask for, really. So yeah, not really down on that. Not down on Becky AJ. Certainly not down on Drew Jacob. I thought, you know, that got made a bit more exciting tonight. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on. I'm okay. Could it be stronger? Yes, but I think the problems were really last year. I think 2025 was very disappointing. I think we dropped the ball on many, many occasions last year. And I think that we're in a situation where we're kind of suffering a bit now as a result. You know, we didn't really get Stephanie across the way that we should have. We didn't really present Jade as effectively as we could have. And, you know, we're kind of feeling the effects of that. But I'm still pretty excited for WrestleMania. There's stuff on there that I'm into. Here's Sammy. Let's see what Sammy's got to say. I can't stop thinking about Cody. Randy, who I look up to, does what he does, and look at how that night ends for him. Okay, Sammy's really struggling here. Here's Trick. The world that I believe in just doesn't seem to exist anymore, says Sammy. Is this Mania? Is this where we're going? Trick and Sammy, they've been around each other quite a bit. Maybe we do something right now, says Sammy. Let me check my schedule. Let me check my schedule. Maybe I can give you some pointers. Okay. Fraxium coming out. Fraxium coming out. Until Art Donovan goes in, it's just not legitimate, said David. He can go into some sort of Hall of Fame, but I'm not sure it's a best of Hall of Fame. Okay, Fraxium are coming out. So that is going to be Fraxium versus Motor City Machine Guns. Should be a perfectly fine match. Just keep the good vibes going. Connor said, Sammy and Trick, get it booked for WrestleMania, says Connor. Daze, sad news today about Chuck Norris. I was a fan of him. I loved him in Walker, Texas Ranger. That was a great show. I shed a tear. He was an amazing guy, says Edwards. Yeah, sad loss. I can't say I was a big viewer of Walker, Texas Ranger, but I'd certainly seen him appear in a lot of different films and things throughout the years. Up Alert says, Ted DiBiase has been found innocent and is now a free man. What's the chance of a WWE return? I'd say greater than it was this morning. Definitely would be cool to see Legacy once again. Thoughts? Yeah, I'd say nothing's impossible now that he's been found innocent. I don't know that anything's going to happen like now. I mean, I don't think he would have been in their plans because obviously they wouldn't have known which way the case was going to go, you know, and what was going to happen. That news just dropped today, so I can't imagine he's in any plans, any creative plans. So, yeah, I mean, it might be something for post-Mania. And they might be able to quickly jot something in or get something in for Mania itself. But, yeah, I'm not expecting to see him, like, next week or anything like that. But, yeah, we can definitely do something. I mean, that's a massive result for him today. David said, how much does that guy Daze weigh? How much do I weigh? I actually don't know how much I weigh. Genuinely don't know. I was normally around 12 and a half stone, but then I weighed myself, I think at some point last year I was 14 stone. So, I don't know. I don't feel particularly big or anything at the moment, so I'm probably like 13. Oh, you don't do it in that though, do you? You don't use stone in America. I don't know what the other one is. But I know I weighed myself last year and I was 14.1, I think. So, whatever that is in the one that you use. Okay, we are underway. Motor City are in there. Fraxium Musics isn't new, said Sean. No. It's pretty awful, but it's not new. Drop kick there by Axiom. We use pounds in Canada, says Alex. Against the ropes. Yeah, we use stone primarily over here. Boom. Daze, do we think that the Motor City will end up breaking up? Well, they teased something last week, didn't they? They definitely teased something last week, and I'm not sure as to where that's heading. I think there's definitely something to Alex Shelley. I don't know about Chris Sabin. I mean, Alex Shelley not long ago was competing for the TNA World Championship. So, in my mind, if you break them up, Alex Shelley might be able to go off and do something interesting. Chris Sabin's, you know, I'm sure he can go off and do something interesting as well, but I don't know, is it more beneficial for WWE to split them? I don't really have a strong opinion on it. I mean, the strong opinion I have about them is they should have gone to NXT. They should have gone to NXT, spent 6 months there, made a name for themselves, generated a buzz, and then came up with some momentum. Kind of feels like they came in relatively cold, unless you watch them in TNA. Feels like they came in relatively cold, and they've just never enjoyed a period of getting reactions. I don't think they've ever got over. Even now, like, the crowd are muted. So, I think they really mishandled the way they brought them in. So, yeah, I don't know. Perhaps we're looking at it, and perhaps now it's a case that we are going to split them and try something different. William said, I've got to post this in the chat. Britt Baker, Ren Sinclair, Thea Hale, they are requesting help with pelvic floors. Can you pencil them in, says William. I wouldn't have the time, William. I give too much time to the community. I don't have time to help these women with their pelvic floors. I mean, it might be one you've got to take over for me. I'm sure that'll be no problem. I'm sure you can find the time. Okay, I believe we're at commercial break at the moment. Akeem said stones. I thought that was an old world measurement. Yes, but England is the old world. So, there we go. Daze, I like Fraxium, but they're a bit too plain. I think there needs some more substance, said Christopher. That's fair. I've got to tell you, there's a lot of excitement around... Nathan. I think Axiom as well will be a great breakout star. But a lot of excitement around Nathan. I think he could come out and he could do something really fun. Like open challenges with that United States title. I could definitely see that. Both of these guys were singles wrestlers. They put them together in NXT and they just absolutely gelled. Chemistry was fantastic. They were regarded as one of the best tag teams in the world when they were in NXT. They've kind of come up and just very cold, aren't they? Not much in the way of momentum. But this match should bang. Seriously, this match should be really good. Big kick coming in there by Axiom. Another boot coming back there by Sabin, and looks like we're coming back. Get your thoughts in. We're going to end this poll in a second. I don't want to get confused between the matches, so your final opportunity to get your thoughts in. Hello, Abdullah said, SmackDown is boring. The start and the main are always the things to look forward to. I'm looking forward to the Randy segment, but these middle parts, they need to be exciting like Raw. Well, we just got new tag champs with R-Truth. That was good. I'd say this is just meant to be a fun match. So, you know, hopefully you can watch it and just get something from it. I think it's just hopefully meant to keep that momentum going a little bit. But I'd say, honestly, this episode so far so good. The Danhausen backstage segment was really fun. New tag team champs, brawl in the parking lot. It's thumbs up from me so far. But, yeah, I mean, look, Nathan's in there. We've injected even more pace into this now. Kick coming in. Sabin in the ring, goes over. Frazier rolling through, launches over into a... Oh, boom! That looked like a brainbuster there by Nathan Frazier. Lots of tag work on display by Nathan and Axiom. Okay, that's got the crowd going a little bit. That's got the heart racing. Wrestler Andy said, do we think Seth is S tier? I gotta be honest, my first answer is no. I think if we look at the number of WrestleMania main events and the fact that he has played second fiddle to Roman quite a bit, I think he's had a lot of moments. I think for me is probably an A tier. Nice crossbody. Because I think the question is Bret Hart an S tier or A tier? Where does Bret sit? Because it depends how you're judging it, isn't it? Bang! 1, 2. Because what was Bret Hart's great championship, WWE championship run? Oh, Candice is in the entranceway. He had the belt, but he never was able to quite be that top guy because when we tried it during the new generation, it didn't work. And, you know, that gap between Hulkamania and getting to the Attitude Era, we kind of tried a few things and, you know, we lost ground, didn't we, to WCW? And we struggled. New generation was not a good time. I think that's a bit of a black mark against Bret. Boom, through the ropes. So, yeah, it's hard because if Bret's going to be A tier, if, and it's a big if, right? If he's going to be A tier, can you put Seth as being S tier? Roll up there, 1, 2. Oh, Candice gets involved. Candice helps the Motor City Machine Guns. Candice gets involved. Don't hate that. I'm a bit frustrated, to be honest with you, at the fact that Candice has not been doing much. You know, she's just been trying to get, like, Johnny back on, like, you know, to his feet. Yeah, I don't know that the Motor City know that that happened. Candice obviously knows. I think Alex knows. I don't know if Chris Sabin knows. Don't hate that, to be honest. Okay. Jacob, Drew, what about an Inferno match? Don't think we need that. Inferno match tends to be like, I don't know, for me that's more of a Kane, Undertaker. It's more of like, you know, I could see Uncle Howdy being in that. I don't know that an Inferno match would be quite right for Drew and Jacob. Who won that tag match? It was won by the Motor City Machine Guns. Motor City Machine Guns win thanks to outside interference from Candice. She just threw a shot in, and I think the story feels to me like Chris Sabin didn't see it, but Alex Shelley did. This is the second time we're seeing a replay of what went down earlier. And we're not even an hour into the show. Oh my God, look at the car. There's Randy. There's Randy. Okay, Randy Orton next. This is going to be big. This is going to be big. Right, Big Mig said Rikishi announced that Naomi had a healthy baby boy. Oh, really? Oh, that's great news. Many congratulations to them. That must have just recently dropped. That was certainly not doing the rounds earlier. Very good. Well, that's good that it's all been successful. And you say that Rikishi has announced that, has he? That's amazing, said Alex. Do we know where that was announced? Because I've not seen that news, like, yet coming through. I'd like to go to the source. Because you know what these... I believe it, but you know what these flipping Facebook accounts are like. They'll put stuff out just to get clicks, just to get engagement. Daze, if we do Drew, Jacob, last man standing, who would be most likely to win? Yeah, I think the booking of it's difficult. I think it's going to be not strange, but difficult because it feels like both should win. I mean, Drew just lost the title, so I mean, this is a Drew that people are feeling sorry for missing out on the main event, missing out on going in as champion. He did a little promo online where he was like, I've got family coming over and I'm not now going to be walking in as champion. Are you really going to have him lose at WrestleMania? Are we going to kick him whilst he's down? But then equally, can you give Jacob a loss? I mean, honestly, if I've got to choose, I'm choosing Jacob. I mean, Drew has suffered losses before and has been able to bounce back. So if Drew loses here, he'll bounce back, right? This won't be the end of Drew if he loses. It sucks, though, doesn't it? There's nothing I can say other than it sucks. Because this is a guy that was just champ, that just lost the belt, that's not in the main event, he's not champion. People feel sorry for him, and now you're going to kick the dirt in their faces by having him lose at WrestleMania. That doesn't feel right. But it's Jacob. Are you going to have Jacob lose at WrestleMania? I mean, what do you do? Double count out? Will people be down on that? No contest? You can't do that if it's Hell in a Cell. You're going to have a winner, aren't you? So, yeah, you probably are going to... It's WrestleMania. You probably are going to have to pick a lane. Unless, you know, we have outside interference. I mean, you could have Drew win thanks to someone helping him. And maybe then align someone with Drew. So Jacob loses, but he's protected in the locks. And Drew wins, but it's because someone from NXT or someone is now working with him, you know? Do you do that? Don't know. I think the booking of that is interesting. If it's just going to be one-on-one, no shenanigans, someone's got to win, I'm going Jacob. But it might not go that way. I've sent another super chat a minute ago, said RTX. Okay, but I can get to those. RTX said, what stipulation should WWE bring back for Mania and who should be in the match? Well, we were just talking about that. We were just talking about Hell in a Cell. To be honest, I don't think, like, I wouldn't bring stipulations back and then book the match. I think that's the wrong way of doing it. For me, I think you have a feud and then you book the stipulation and the feud needs it. That's the right way to do it. So, you know, everyone's looking at Drew, Jacob and how vicious that is. People are looking at Cody and Randy and how vicious that was. And they're thinking Hell in a Cell, street fights, things along those lines. That's the better way to book rather than go, right, let's do a Punjabi prison match, right? Who shall we have in it? You know, that's the problem we have every year with War Games. is that we get to Survivor Series and we have to create a match for War Games because we have to do War Games. Well, we don't have to, but for some reason we keep doing it. And that was the problem with TLC. That was the problem with Hell in a Cell. It's the same thing. Like, we get to that time of the year and we have to book a match for that show. It's so much more better to just have a great feuds and then be like, right, this has got to a point now where it's really hot. We need something. So, yeah, I think you could be looking at something like a Hell in a Cell. You could be looking at Falls Count Anywhere. Could be looking at an unsanctioned match. I mean, we did that between Sammy and Kevin, didn't we? I wouldn't be shocked if we do that for, say, Drew and Jacob. Like, we can't control these guys. So we're going to allow them to fight each other, but we're going to do it unsanctioned. The only problem with unsanctioned is people rightfully say, how can it be an unsanctioned but yet still be on the card? I mean, I do understand that. So, but we did it with Sammy and Kevin last year. So, yeah, cage matches, street fights, Falls Count Anywhere. You could do, submission match if, again, you had 2 submission specialists. Do like an I Quit match as a result. I don't think we've necessarily got a feud for that. I suppose you could do Becky AJ Lee as a I Quit. Because Becky AJ Lee, they both have submissions. The Black Widow against the Disarmer. So, that, because it's a rematch, feels like it needs a stipulation. So you could do a I Quit or, submission only type finish match there. So there's a few options. Doc said, I'd take First Blood in Drew Jacob. The only problem with First Blood is that once you get blood, it ends. Whereas I feel like people like bloods, and when it gets for me, it starts getting good when the blood starts appearing. So, yes, you could do First Bloods, but I don't know if the First Blood stipulation is just not a great stipulation. First people to bleed, the match ends. You could do it. It's not a bad shout. You could do it. Okay, here is Randy. Randy is making his way down. This should be a pretty fun segment. This is going to start the second hour. Whoa. Okay. Randy coming down. Let's get rid of the poll for the second match. I think you lot said it was good nighty. I don't know if I got all these blooming polls. Crowd of cheering, says J Ray. Yes, we do need to listen out to the reactions here. Okay, let's jot that down. Let's turn our attention. This is going to be a big segment, man. See what Randy has got to say. Okay, fans are singing along with the theme. It's a lot of just standing around, though. You can see a lot of people just standing and looking at Randy. Randy jumps out the ring. Goes over to the timekeeper's area. He's going to grab a chair. Randy. Oh, is that the one from last week? Looks like it's the exact chair from last week. There's a dent in the top of it. Bishop said it's strange. I'm excited for the match, but I'm just not as excited for the show as a whole compared to last year. Yeah, that's fine. That's understandable. I mean, part of the reason for that, I think, is going to be because a lot of the shows, certainly the Rumble, Survivor Series, have underwhelmed. We know that 2025 underwhelmed. We know that last year's WrestleMania underwhelmed. So it's perfectly understandable to go in and be like, I'm just not sure, man. Okay, we got some cheers. Oh, we got some loud Randy chants. Let's see how this goes. RKO chants. I can hear some boos as well. Here we go. All you guys sing along when my music hits. There's a cheer for that. What a feeling that is. The love you show me. Okay. The love you show me and the love I give back puts a smile on my face. That smile is the emptiest feeling I have felt. Yeah, I think the fans are going to respect that, to be honest. He said, I don't want my legacy to be the smiles I put on faces. It's how many championships I put around my waist. And honestly, I think the fans are going to be like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I love Cody like a brother, and I still do. That's interesting. I need you to listen to the voices. If I listen to the voices, I'm not always in control, says Randy. I'm not sure at the moment, right, what I'm meant to boo. What is there, like, that he's saying that we're meant to be against? If I listen to the voices, I'm not fully in control, but I've got to if I want number 15. The voices in my head say I'm going to beat Cody. What are we meant to be booing? Okay. The voices say he's going to beat Cody. People cheer. Okay. Let him in said he's going to beat Cody. They should have turned Cody heel. That would make more sense, said Mad Jason. We're not meant to hate him. He's just telling us what he's going to do, said Blake. That is what that segment was. I'm gonna beat him. I'm here for championships, and I'm going to beat him. Okay. Okay, I put match scores, but I meant segment scores. Get your thoughts in for that segment. Randy segment. Daze, I think we'll get them next time. I know Vince was not going to let AEW have WWE. It's what was best for business. How hyped are you for Mania? Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Mania. We were talking about that just. Pretty excited for Mania. I think the card's looking not bad. I mean, I think that there are flaws with the matches. I mean, I don't think people would choose if they could to have Rhea Jades. But a lot of this is to do with things that, you know, we kind of made mistakes with last year. I think we knew for a long time Jade was going to be in the title match. I think it was meant to be Bianca Jade. And they've changed it, obviously, due to the injury that Bianca's got. So, you know, now we're in a situation where we're going to get Rhea Jades and, yeah, fine. Would I rather something completely different, like Jade not be in it at all? Yeah, probably. But I think I long ago accepted she was going to be in that spot. So, yeah, I think, honestly, it looks fine. You know, I'm down for it. Here's Alistair. That Mama said they helped build the women's division. Now they're back to remind everyone why the Bella Army and Bella is here for gold. I don't mind if the Bellas do win the tag belt, said Dr. Lucha Lala. I think it would be better to win them at Mania. Okay, Alistair making his way down. Do I know who he's facing tonight? Oh, right, Sami Zayn taking on Alistair Black. That match coming up after the break. The one said that was weak. People are talking about it was fire. Hopefully we're going to get more later, says the one. Shining Wizard said, are they trying to get people to switch off? King Yeti said, Jade sucks. She should have stayed in AEW. Doug Dilly said, when was Zelina's last match? It's been a while, I think. She might have done some on main event. But, yeah, she's kind of just accompanying Alistair these days. Alistair, Sami will be a good match, though, said Sean. I don't know what Zelina's role is supposed to be. She's like a valet, isn't she? Supports, distraction. She's coming down to the ring with her man. And, yeah. I'm excited to see if they do put B-Fab as one of Jade's baddies, said Dr. Lucha Lala. It would be at least some character developments. Connor said the Randy segment was fire and insane. Doc Holliday said, I'm going to say it's you have me feeling Randy tonight, said Doc Holliday. Wrestler Andy said, will you go to any of the shows this year on the UK tour? Don't have any plans to. No. I mean, to be honest, it's quite expensive. And I wouldn't want to go to Raw SmackDown because I'd want to be streaming it. If I was to go to any of those shows, it would be just like, you know, one of the school nights. It would be like, you know, on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday type thing. So I don't have any plans to. I think in order to go to a house show, I would be looking for... I'd be looking for something that, you know, I've not seen before. I don't think I've seen Punk since he came back, but I would really like to see AJ Lee. AJ Lee is someone I never saw live when she was around. Never went to any of the shows that she was on, but she was someone I really enjoyed back in the day. I'm obviously very excited she's back now, so if she was on, I'd be tempted. Punk's tempting, to be honest. But yeah, to be honest, I don't have any plans, no. I don't think they're doing loads of dates on that European tour. I think most of it's in Europe, not in, like, the UK. Sean said, Daze, here's a question. Why should we boo Randy? Cody literally asked Randy to be the Viper and the Legend Killer, and the Viper is not babyface characters, says Sean. Yeah, that segment kind of went the way that we all just saw it. As we said during it, what there felt like we should have been booing. There wasn't really anything. I think there's a lot there the fans can understand and agree with. I'm not sure what WWE were trying for with that. I don't know. That's not the way I would have booked that. But yes, they just had Randy come out and say, I'm here for championships, which I think the fans, you know, I don't really care if Randy is going to be shaking hands with kids, right? It's nice that he does, but I don't really look back on Randy's career and talk about all the times he met children. You know, we're talking about what he was like in 2009. You know, we're talking about his Legend Killer days. We're talking about the championship runs, the RKOs out of nowhere. It's what he does in the ring. It's his promos. It's all of that that matters. So him saying, you know, I'm not here to do that. I'm here to get championships. I think most fans will be like, yep. And he's like, Cody's my brother. He wanted the best version of me. He wants me to listen to the voices. Well, if I do, I'm no longer in control, and that's what you get. And I think most fans will be like, yeah, I get that. So it's like, I don't really understand where the heat's meant to come from, which then makes me think maybe there's not meant to be heat. Perhaps I'm not meant to be booing him. I don't know. Perhaps we're going to see a bit more, because we do have him backstage. Could that just be the start of it tonight? Are we going to get more from Randy? Is Randy approaching Matt Cardona? Okay, he's getting into it here with Matt. Haven't you got no action figures to go play with? You're an indie nerd. Randy knocks down Matt Cardona. Stay out of my business. You wouldn't understand. I mean, to be honest, that doesn't bother me. I'm no closer to booing him. Okay, Zelina, Alistair are out in the ring. Could we possibly see Sammy turn heel and Trick Williams turn face? Because Sammy heel is better. And with the crowd singing "Whoop that Trick," just make Trick a face, said Scottish Chris. Could do. Could do the old double turn. Yeah, certainly if they're going to face off at Mania. I think both have actually had rumours of going in those directions, so could do. Kader said, damn, Matt got told. Yeah. Okay. Sammy has come down. He's looking at the fans. He's looking at the fans, and you can see he's just sort of questioning. He's having big trouble, isn't he? He's having big trouble. Why would Randy call you a streamer nerd? Would he call me a streamer nerd? I would imagine so. I think there'd be a pretty long list of things he could have a pop at me about. Okay, here we go. Bell has sounded. Oh, hello. Lights just momentarily went out. Okay, Trick's coming out. Trick's coming out. Just as we were about to get underway, the lights go out. Trick, look at that. He's got his blooming platform and everything. So, Trick Williams doing his proper entrance. Fans chanting, whoop that Trick. It's a bigger reaction than Sammy got. It's big, isn't it? Let's talk about it, says Trick. Scottish Chris said, Trick is the future. Trick's theme is poop, said Kyle. The Rib said, not beating up Zack Ryder again. Matt Cardona, actually. Okay, Trick goes over to the commentary table. The bell sounds, and we are underway. Alistair Black raining down some shots. Keep getting your thoughts in. We had about 300 votes for the Motor City match. So keep getting your thoughts in. That's for the segment. It's for the Orton segment. What do you think about the Orton segment? Daze, was that worse than Ali getting told to get a life, kids? Get a life, kids. That was bad, wasn't it? Did you hear Ali talk about that? About why it happened? It's very interesting. He thinks that it was actually a message from the office. There was someone that he wasn't really getting on with. And, you know, then he got told that he was going to do an interview in Gorilla. And he was like, we never do interviews in Gorilla. Why would I do it in Gorilla? And he suspected something was up. But he didn't know that line was coming, apparently. And he thinks it's because there was someone that had an issue with him. I don't know if it was in the writing team or whatever, but there was someone that had an issue. So he kind of puts it down to that. Do we remember when Randy teamed up with the Shield in a 4-on-1 against Big Show, says Connor. Do you know, actually, I don't remember that. I remember a lot of different Shield lineups. I remember when we had Kurt Angle in there and Triple H was in there for a couple of shows. But that must have been on their original run, I'm guessing. Grogvlog said, I feel like Sammy is going to lose to build into the idea that he will turn heel, said Grogvlogs. Poor Sammy is always stuck playing second fiddle to one of the most over guys in the company. First Cross and now Trick, said Wrestle Night. Trick is Trick is on that commentary table. Kick coming in there by Alistair. Daze, I hope the heel turn is actually going to be him being more cruel, unhinged and dangerous. Promos and in ring, rather than him just being more aggressive. But who's that? Sammy? If Sammy turns heel. Sammy on the outside of the ring, looking over at Trick. I don't mind a Sammy heel turn, to be honest with you. I mean, we've tried a few different things with Sammy, and if a heel run is going to be, you know, something that's going to help, then so be it. Oh, Angelo Dawkins has announced that he's expecting his third child. So, many congrats to him. Okay, Sammy in the corner right now. Comes down. Big knee coming in by Alistair. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up there by Sammy. Alistair in control. Back elbow there by Alistair. Shots coming down. What if Sammy joins Legacy? His story makes sense. His career is like legacy chasing, said the one. Well, the only thing is, Legacy was all people that were obviously second generation wrestlers. Sammy doesn't have that. But it could be like a new group that gets put together. Okay, I think we're just about to come back from commercial break. Okay, going for the cover. Alistair in control. Bang, that's such a lovely knee. Swung the momentum in Alistair's way, and now he's throwing in some kicks. So we're about halfway through the show right now. I wonder if we get more from Randy. I don't know. Is that it? I thought they might even save that for our main event, to be honest. Shot coming in there by Sammy. Matt said, despite what Randy did to Cody, I'm still a fan of him, says Matt. The one said, never say never in WWE. I hate him, but Randy could have called a heel Matt Riddle. Jay said, Randy blaming the attack on the voices just felt flat and bland for a feud that had so much potential. It's still early. I'm hoping it evolves into something more compelling. 1, 2, kick out by Sammy. Please don't let Jelly Roll be the main event, said Radiated Zombie. I second that. I would like to second that. Okay, let's end this poll so we don't get confused. It was on 9. It was on like good for quite a bit of that. So good 92 for the Randy segment. Must admit, lower than I was expecting. But it was on good all throughout. I did wonder if more views, votes might have increased it. Haluva just misses there by Sammy. Alistair goes up, double knees. That's definitely not the last time we see Randy. He's going to crash out. He's in crash out mode, said Wrestle Rants. Who do we think's going to answer Mello's challenge, said Alfie. They haven't announced it, have they? Have they announced that we're going to get one? Okay, shots coming in there by Alistair. Alistair still very much in control. Alistair with his arms outstretched. Clothesline there by Sammy. Alistair goes to the outside. Sammy in the ring. Where's Zelina? Has she gone round to check on Alistair? Alistair is over by the barricades. Alistair into the barricades. I'm always interested where Zelina is. You never know when she's going to get involved. Alistair back into the barricade. So Sammy in control. Sammy looking out at the crowd. He's not really gesturing to the crowd. He's not really trying to get the crowd on his side or anything. Sammy throwing Alistair in the ring. Sammy back in the ring. He grabs Alistair. Exploder. I tell you, there's a few. Are those some boos for Sammy? Yeah, there's some boos for Sammy. Sammy trying to charge over as Alistair gets out the ring. Sammy trying to go to the outsides. Sammy looks a bit like a homeless war veteran, said Humpty Vision. Sammy looking over at Trick. Alistair going into the commentary table. Jelly Roll Kit Wilson at Mania is toxic masculinity match, said Scottish Chris. Trick throws a drink at Sammy. Sammy turns around. Trick was holding up the cup, just dropped it. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Sammy decides he's going to get back in the ring. That's... Get in the ring, break the count. He goes after Trick. Boom! Big right hands. It's probably going to lead to a count out. Yeah. Why didn't he get in the ring and break the count? Oh, he still made it, though. He's made it in time to eat a flipping black mass. He made it just in time to eat a black mass. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay, let's get the match score, shall we? I love Trick's arrogance. Yeah, that was quite fun. Sammy turned around, he had the cup, and he was like, I don't want you to be in any doubt whatsoever what just happened. Not for 1 second do I want you to think that was a fan. It was me with this cup. Okay, Alistair gets the win thanks to a distraction by Trick Williams. Sammy is definitely the first of his kind. WWE NPC, says the one. Oh, we've had a lot of those. Okay, Matt Cardona wants Randy. I'm sorry, Matt. It's not happening, Matt. Here's Carmelo. Open challenge is closed. Someone made a very compelling case as to why they should be next, and it's not The Miz. Ilya. You're right. Okay. Is this going to be our main event then? The show might have just been saved. Okay, Carmelo, Ilya might be what we get as our main event. There's Jade's. We're going to hear from Jade. There's a banger incoming, said Glockness. King Yeti said, why does Sammy look like he has defined abs and also a chubby belly at the same time? We're about to get a banger, said Wrestle Squatch. Not another rematch, said Wrestling Russ. Okay, we are at commercial break. We are at commercial break. We are halfway through the show. I don't know what to make of this show. I feel like the first hour had me. I feel like so far that this half an hour, not so much. But, yeah. I'm into that Carmelo Elia match. Elia Mello can wrestle every week for 5 weeks in a row, and I don't care if it's a rematch. It's a continuing feud, says Mayor Pete. Sean said, Daze, don't worry, Sammy doesn't become a world champion. His son can finish the story. Yes. There's still a zillion hours left tonight, said Akeem. A zillion! Jay said, I'm thinking we'll get one more appearance from Randy before our main event. Eric said, Matt Cardona is about to be Randy's next victim. Let Him In said, Daze, I hope this heel turn means that Randy will be more dangerous, cruel, unhinged, all around, rather than just in matches. Sonny, just advertising the Discords for anyone that's interested in jumping in there. What does Alistair need to get to the level where he can be a world title contender? Well, he needs, I think, a bit more character depth. I mean, there's really not much beyond the presentation that we get. You know, what is he trying to achieve? Why is he trying to achieve it? It'd be good to get a bit of a backstory. It'd be good to get a bit of character depth. But not only that, obviously, he needs to have good feuds, good wins, good momentum. He just needs that support behind him, really. I think his entrance is good. It's always been good. Having Zelina with him, I think, is fine. It's not a subtraction or anything. It doesn't take away. I think it's fine. I don't think it's added a great deal. But I don't think it's weakened him either. But yeah, we just need to have him kind of picking up wins, getting momentum, moving forwards, bit of character development, vignettes. I think he's so interesting because obviously he's got such strong imagery, but we don't really ever dig into why. We never really dig into the backstory or, you know, like what he's trying to achieve. I understand everyone's just trying to be champion, but you've got to kind of add a bit more than that. So it doesn't feel like WWE necessarily see him at that level because we're just not putting in the work required to get him to that level. So seems like he's sort of floating around the mid card and that they're quite happy with that. Okay, we got the Irresistible Forces. I don't know why these two think they've got a snowball's hell in beating us tonight. So we're just hearing from Irresistible Forces. Solo is getting more a beast by the day, said Ryo. R.I.P. to Chuck Norris, said Jacob. Eric said, show's been good so far. Just need an ending to match the beginning. Dr. Luchalala said, solid foundation and character. There's so much potential there. Okay, here we go. Here's Jade's. See what Jade's got to say? Glotness said a storm is coming. Connor said apparently Drew Jacob is going to be the main event match. Are we still getting that? Are we? I wasn't sure what was happening with that after the attack earlier and Jacob being busted and the brawl and... Jade making her way down then. Let's see what she's got to say. Boo, Jade, says Connor. Please don't botch a promo or just repeat the same shiz. Jade gets in the ring. Okay, Jade says, wrap it up. I'm not here to mess around with people's time. Rhea, get out of here. That's probably as good as you could have hoped for, really. I don't think anyone particularly needed to hear from Jade going on, trying to do a solo promo. I mean, it could have been okay, but instead she calls out Rhea. Rhea comes out. Here we go. Jade is wearing an airplane sleep pillow. So, oh, that's so good, Black Onyx. It's like this, isn't it? Yeah, I am getting those vibes as well. Okay, Rhea is making her way down. Not quickly, though. She's not in as much of a rush as Jade seems to be. Yeah, last time we saw these two do a promo exchange, it was a little bit flat. The most exciting part of this feud has been what seems to be real heat that they had during their Twitter spat. I would like for there to be something here that just makes you go, ooh, did she know she was going to say that? Did you see her reaction? Whoa. I'd lean into that. I'd lean into that. Okay, Rhea is in the ring. Jade is in the ring. Here we go. Are we going to talk or are we going to do something? I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't need this title, says Jade. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make mo money. That's a great line. If your goal was to not make friends, I think you've been very successful. I live for this, says Rhea. I don't care about those women in the locker room. Jade doesn't care about anything. She doesn't care about the belt. She doesn't care about the fans. You're nothing but EO's little... That's quite nice. I'm not going to let you disrespect me or this business. Questioning what Jade knows about the business is good. That title needs me, says Rhea. She's got herself all worked up here, Rhea. I don't need that. You need that. I don't need that. I want that. I don't need the fans. I don't need you. I liked when we touched on the industry stuff. Okay, now this could be interesting. B-Fab was talking. B-Fab might be about to murk Michin here. This could be good. Jade jumps out the ring. She looks back in the ring. She's seemingly surrounded. There's a smile on the face, though, of Jade. And actually, both of them are with Jade's. So here's a reveal. Here's a moment. Jade has got herself a couple of baddies. We saw the conversation with B-Fab. But it seems like Michin is with Jade as well. Now that's good. That's interesting. I like this. Bah! Kendo stick to the midsection. Down goes Rhea. That has just changed the dynamic. The game just changed. Jade watching on as Michin and B-Fab lay into Rhea. They hold her back. Boom! Yeah, that was good. And now it's going to be a Jaded. And this challenge just got a lot more difficult for Rhea Ripley. Yeah, honestly, I was thinking it was going to be B-Fab just turning on Michin. I actually wasn't anticipating Michin being a part of this. But she is. Okay. To be fair, it's not much to do with them two said compacts. Well, I don't think they were getting anywhere fast, to be honest. I don't think they were really getting anywhere, so an opportunity has presented itself to join up with Jade, and it looks like they've both took it. Here's Danhausen. Danhausen's going to be a protection. Ladder falls. Okay, so it looks like The Miz is mentoring Kit Wilson. The curse is... Oh, my God, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. A ladder out of nowhere just fell on The Miz. That was so good. Kind of felt like that segment was over, and then he turns around, another one hits him. That is good. Okay, Solo's going mental here at the MFTs. There's a lot of anger. You're starting to sound like Roman. That's what Tama just said to Solo. Oh, Drew and Jacob are brawling. Solo was like, what did you just say? But then, boom! Drew and Jacob brawling in the back. Oh, God, I still love that Miz moment, man. That's still living rent-free in my head. Yeah, I don't know if this is getting into a ring, you know. I don't know if they're going to be able to make this into a match. They're having to separate them, pull them apart. Oh, no, Elia's coming out. Perhaps they are going to make it a match. I was sort of hoping this was going to be our main event. Oh, well, I'm not down on having this now, to be honest with you. I'm not down on having this now. Right. I've seen a champ suck so bad that no one cares about anything they do, says Gan. MFT's packed up and got out of Dodge in record time, said Rob. Jelly Roll could be main eventing, said Radiated Zombie. Help! Help! Someone help! Jelly Roll might be the main event. That Danhausen segment was fun, though, wasn't it? It's a US title match. Let's go, said Beast Modes. I didn't get up during that Rhea segment. Adverts. Great energy throughout the show, says Mayor Pete. Banger alert, said Kader. Orton heard voices in his head, really, says Glenn. That's what happens. He heard voices. That's a fact. Jellyhausen. Is that where we're going? Is that where we're going? Jellyhausen. Does feel that way, doesn't it? I won't say what I think about Stone Cold not appearing on 316 Day because it won't be pretty, said Glenn. Maybe Tama is taking Nakamura's advice, said Edwards. Dr. Ujala said if Rhea's backup is EO to help with BFAB and Michin, who else could join as backup? Well, yeah, I think you'd probably need someone from SmackDown, would you not? I don't know how close we are to a Zoe Stark return. Zoe could always come in, and she might be at a bit of a loss. I'm trying to think who else is around on SmackDown that's kind of available. Is there anyone else? I mean, Candice seems to be involved in some at the moment. I don't think it's going to be Tiffany or Chelsea or Julia or Kiana. They all seem to be in some at the moment, so I suppose you could move someone else over from Raw. But, yeah, don't know. DMD, said Robbie. I don't think she's free, is she? I think she's still under an AEW deal. That'd be pretty fun, though. That'd be, I don't know if I'd wanted to go to NXT first. But, yeah, I like Britt. I'm not down on Britt Baker coming into WWE. There is a bit of concern, though, about what she's like behind the scenes. Obviously, we've heard a lot of, chatter. I think WWE might be a little bit unsure. Judgment Day could offer to help Mommy, says Kappa. Daze, do we think the MFTs will more than likely break up? Well, I'd imagine they'll break up eventually. Whether that's happening now, I'm not sure. I think Tama leaving that group feels like a very real possibility. We've been doing a lot of kind of Tama solo stuff. So Tama kind of coming out of that group, I think there's a good chance of that happening. A really good chance of that happening. I sure do enjoy this stream. Well, shout out to you, Daggin. Shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, well, we've still got just over an hour to go. We know that SmackDown goes for 3 hours. We've got a banger of a match coming up now. I wonder if there'll be some outside interruption in this. I wouldn't be shocked if this did not kind of end with shenanigans. Dennis Rodman going into the Hall of Fame. They're just announcing that right now. We are back from commercial break. Dennis Rodman on the Hall of Fame graphic. Okay. Okay, here comes Carmelo. So Tama said to give the Wyatts the lantern back. You haven't been acting like yourself. You're starting to sound like Roman. Carmelo. Ooh. Wade Barrett said this is almost an easier title defense. Oh, okay. I see what he's saying. So he knows who he's facing. It's not going to be a surprise. He's faced this person before. I'm not sure I'd call this easy, though. I thought there was a real good chance we were going to get this at WrestleMania. I thought they were just going to keep kicking the can down the road till we got to Mania. Ilya driving Carmelo back in the corner. These two have kind of been married to each other as opponents. What the hell is Wade Barrett on tonight? There we go. There's a slap coming in there by Carmelo. Ilya starts slapping himself. He picks up Melo, drives him over in the other side. Chops coming in. He's unloading. Headbutt coming in there by Ilya. Yeah, the Mad Dragon is unleashed. Chop coming in there by Ilya. Another chop coming in. Ilya going over, throwing in a big boot, grabbing Carmelo. He's around the back of Melo. Picks him up. Over goes Ilya. Ilya back up on his feet. Goes for a big boot. Ooh, Enziguri misses. Big chop. Kick coming back there by Carmelo. Ilya looking for a clothesline off that springboard. Couldn't get it. Yeah. Okay, this is already good. This is already good. This is... What did he say? This is my ring. Oh, let's go. What would we think if Tama and Shinsuke both team up together? Would we like to see Tama and Shinsuke team up? It's not really what I'm looking for. I mean, ideally, I would really like Shinsuke to be in the mix, and I'd love for Shinsuke to have a world title run. Whether that ship has sailed and it's just not going to happen now, I can understand that. So, I don't know. I mean, if we're not going to give him a world title run, which probably feels like we're not, what do we do with Shinsuke as, you know, he's very much in the later stages of his career now. He's a legend. Certainly with what he achieved in New Japan. So, yeah, I'm not down on that. Obviously, there's big word and rumor of Evil coming in and Takahashi coming in, and it does make you wonder if this is meant to be setting up something for that. So have they got something more interesting planned than just a tag team? Could it be a faction? Could Shinsuke be the leader of that faction? Will Tama be the leader of that faction? Ilya going against the ropes. Boomer said Carmelo could do a US Open challenge at WrestleMania on the pre-show. Don't tend to do matches on the pre-show, although it is a 3-hour pre-show again. They did that last year. 3-hour pre-show. We're doing it again. Shot coming in there by Carmelo. No offense to everyone, but he only needed me. I literally have Glock in my name and picture. Takahashi is rumored to be starting in NXT second there. That's true. That's true. Evil, though, they want to go to the main roster. Although he wants to go to NXT as well. I get the open challenge, said Kyle, but he said he wants to earn it if he hasn't had a match since. Yeah, well, I think he said that he kind of has realised, I don't know, he's come to his senses. He knows he's always going to be battling himself, he said. So, I agree. Not the strongest of stories, but we are where we are. Kick coming in there by Elia. Both guys are down. Brony said Solo is nowhere near Roman's level. Why are WWE insisting in pushing Solo as a faction leader? It's been 2 years and it's not helped. He's at his best when he is leaning into his own humour and his personality. Well, I think they want to... I mean, look, he's part of that family. And I think they want to present him as being, you know, a credible singles challenger. And so position him as the kind of leader of a faction kind of elevates his status. I don't know that they believed or thought this was going to get him to a Roman level, but is it helping to elevate his status? Is it giving him a purpose, having people listening to him and him guiding people? Like, yeah, you can see there's a benefit to it. I mean, I don't think it's a disaster. It's just not got him to like any sort of main event level, but I don't know if WWE were under the impression it was going to, you know? I think, to be honest, since he came out of the bloodline, I think it's been quite obvious that Solo has got limitations. So WWE are just having to try and present him the best they can, really. And leading a faction, no problem. Could they use him a different way? Sure, yeah. Could there be a more constructive way to use him? Yeah. To be honest, if Jacob had joined earlier, every chance Jacob would be the leader of MFTs rather than Solo. So some of it could be timing. Kick coming in there by Elia. Another kick there by Elia. They have Solo face Cody at SummerSlam because he was the top heel on SmackDown and it didn't feel right, said Kader. I agree with that. I think they were really hoping that he was going to break away from the bloodline and become this big deal. We know they had plans to do Roman Solo at WrestleMania. We end up doing it on the debut of Netflix. That was it then. I mean, once we did that match, kind of felt to me like he lost that tribal combat match on the Netflix premiere in early 2025. And it feels like ever since then he's just been in the mid-card. But, I mean, I agree with Brony. There might be a better way to present him and use him than what would do him. But I can understand why they put him in that position. Clothesline to the outsides. He's not world champion material, said Brony. If WWE realise that and want to keep him in the mid-card, then that's fine. But they tried at Cody at SummerSlam and it failed. That might be the moment, though. Well, not that moment. That might have been a moment, but I think it's a real indicator that the rumours were we were going to do Solo Roman at WrestleMania last year, and we were going to, that was the rumour at the end of 2024. Big splash. And we ended up doing it on the Netflix premiere. And I remember going into that show thinking, are we going to do this again? Are we doing it here and again at WrestleMania? But honestly, as soon as that match ends, that's it. I think that's the end of Solo's main event push. Or, not main event push, but us thinking about him being at that level. I think the SummerSlam match showed he wasn't at that level. I think everything that followed meant that we did the Roman match earlier than planned. And that was it. So I think it's mid-card, honestly. But, you know, it doesn't mean he has to stay there forever. We can keep looking at ways to present him. But yeah, we've got more exciting options now with Oba. Obviously, Gunther's a bigger star. Jacob is obviously very exciting. You might even make the argument Trick is jumped him. Oh, Elia coming off the top. Double knees there by Carmelo. Oh, is that a bit of a H-bomb? I don't think he got all of that, though. Foot on the rope. It didn't really feel like he got much of that H-bomb, but he still managed to get a 2 count, and he's still shocked. Was that during commercial break? Are we going to commercial break? I never quite know if we're at commercial, coming out of commercial. Okay, we're just going into commercial. Okay, there's been some good action in this. It's absolute back and forth. They're both throwing a lot at each other. The crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." We've just gone into commercial break. It's crazy how much cooler the aura Solo had when he was Roman's enforcer to now. Jacob was Solo's enforcer and has broken out, but Solo hasn't. I agree with that. Carmelo goes down. Yeah, I agree. He's under the ropes. You got to break it, says the ref. Ilya in control. It's good, said Beast Mode. Oh, picture in picture. It's a good match, says the one. Yeah. Crowd were into it. Crowd were chanting, "This is awesome." Oh, German. Ilya keeps a hold of it. Some back elbows coming in there by Carmelo. Yeah, throwing in these back elbows. Knee coming into the side of the body. And again, another German. Elbow coming in there by Carmelo. Can you hear them, says Ilya. They are chanting, "Let's go, Mello." I think Ilya just said, "Can you hear them? You better go." As the fans are chanting, "Let's go, Mello." Kick coming in there by Mello. Caught by Ilya. Another German. 1, 2. Bridge by Ilya. Kick out there by Mello. King Yeti, shout out to you. Firing in some gifted memberships. Appreciate it, buds. Very kind. We're seeing some people up here benefit. Welcome, welcome everyone that's a new member. Kick coming in there by Mello. Kick coming back there by Ilya. Ilya has to stop with the pin. It's beyond weird. It's a bit disturbing, says Wrestle Rants. Okay, right now we've got Mello driving Ilya back against the ropes. We're into the final hour. Oh, springboard. Lovely. Off that middle rope. Into a clothesline. Down goes Dragunov. Mello on the outside. It's been a really fun match. I mean, I thought this was going to be a WrestleMania match because we've seen it before and we know that it's so entertaining. Mello looking for a DDT on the edge of the ring, not getting it. He's going up on the shoulders. Death Valley driver, maybe. Boff. Okay, both guys are down. Connor said, "Are the Irresistible Forces up next?" Well, we do still have that. We got a big hour coming up. We've got Irresistible Forces against the Bellas, an absolute dream match. And then our main event tonight, Jelly Roll, is, I think, calling out the whole roster, and he's going to do like a massive gauntlet against everyone. So it's a big final hour. Right now, Ilya climbing up, looking for a big superplex. He's up the top with Carmelo. Oh! Reversed by Mello. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Daze Roman might wait until the Raw before Mania to mention Larry. He might do. Beast Mode said Death Valley Driver was just too perfect. Okay, we've got This Is Awesome. Chance Glockness said these two are magic together. Cool Cam said, do we think the main event will be the women's tag? Well, we were meant to be getting Drew Jacob. I mean, I don't know if we're still getting Drew Jacob. I could see the women's tag maybe not closing out the night. We could get like some segment. We could get Drew Jacob brawling in the arena to end out the show or something. I don't know, man. If that's going to be our final main event match, then I don't know. Do we put the belts on the Bellas? And would anyone care? Some would care. Metal Mama would care. Shots coming in there by Ilya. Down goes Carmelo. Ilya against the ropes. Step up in Zaguri there by Mello. Ilya. Oh, big stomp. Oh, it's a good match, this. It's a really fun match. He's got him up. Looking for a power bomb. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Mello. Kick out by Mello. Ilya has got Mello up. And nice. 1, 2. Another cover, but it's going to take more than that. It's lovely pace. It's lovely pace. Ilya goes back in the corner. Mad Dragon charging him. Oh, double knees. Carmelo could finish it with that. Oh, it's another kick out. Jesus. This is great. This is great. Okay, Mello going up. Nothing but net. He's going up. Look, no. Flips over. Ilya. Flying headbutt. He picks up Mello. Powerbomb. Reversed. Oh! Mello, 2. Just gets it. Mello gets it. Mello retains. It's not that he had Ilya beat. He just managed to get that reversal. Secure the victory. Fans love it. Yeah, Wade Barrett said they need to make a second United States Championship. Well, wasn't that very deeply satisfying? Wasn't that just a friendly reminder as to why we love wrestling? Joe says that was awesome. There's not many things wrestling fans will agree with. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be in agreement that that was a very fun match. Okay, we are backstage with R-Truth, Damian, Jelly Roll. It's Wepper time. Wepper up. Okay, he's bumped into Randy. Here we go. I'm sorry for last week, says Randy. Can I be honest? It's a good promo from Jelly Roll, you know. Is he just going to punch him in the face? What am I supposed to do? We're on a journey here with Randy, aren't we? Okay. Okay, this is putting the promo earlier into a bit more perspective. Randy is going through struggles right now. That was a long promo from Jelly, but it was good. I mean, I think he does do a lot of inspirational speaking. I mean, I heard him do a speech during his like Grammy acceptance, whatever, and I think he does a lot of that kind of believe in yourself, always try to be the best version of yourself. I probably could have done with it being a little shorter than what he delivered. But actually, his delivery was very good. Some of the stuff he was saying, I really felt like it was two friends having a conversation. Like, come on, this is not you. You're better than this. You mean so much to these people. I wasn't really down on it. It just went maybe a touch longer than I would have gone. But yeah, fine. And I think that whole thing just gives us a better idea of where Randy is. You know, this is a Randy Orton that's confused. This is a Randy Orton that is listening to those voices, but the Randy that we know is still there as well. I mean, I think the Randy that we know was just there with Jelly, like that softer Randy, that more, you know, nice Randy is still there's still a bit of him there, isn't there? I'm guessing it'll be gone by tonight or next week. I'm guessing we're in the process of getting rid of it. I thought that was interesting. Listen, good match with what I'm going to say is an interesting promo. Randy should have RKO'd him, said Rob. Picked him up, got him on his feet, RKO'd him again, and then punt kicked him. Well, I think because we keep going back to Randy, I'm wondering if Randy is going to close out the show. Could it be that he lays out Jelly? Could it be that that's how this ends? Could it be that we do get the tag match and then we get a brawl with Drew Jacob and then we cut to Randy and he lays out Jelly? I don't know, man. Is it going to be some sort of like madness like that, rather than it just being a women's tag and I don't know, someone wins and that's it, the show ends? Thoughts? Randy should have just knocked Jelly out clean cold there, said Connor. Cardona is going to be the one that gets punted, said Glock. He'll get punted so hard he thinks he's Zack Ryder again. Randy's voices were quite quiet there, said Dr. Luchalala. It's a little bit like the Two-Face Bailey stuff. Well, that was a hell of a story, wasn't it? That two Bailey face story was so good, we thought we'll do it again. The way Randy is now makes me feel like he did attack Jacob, said Radiated Zombie. Daniel said RIP to Pretty Deadly. Kit and Jelly are in the next segment, says Cool Cam. Does Randy get involved here then? I don't know, man. Does he get involved here? Is he gonna have any more interaction with Jelly, or is he now gonna go back to try and find Matt Cardona? And is Matt Cardona gonna get laid out? Might be a really bad night for Matt Cardona. He got attacked earlier, and he might be about to get attacked again. Poor guy. I mean, Jelly might have just sent a deranged Randy Orton towards Matt Cardona again. If I'm Matt Cardona, I've now got an issue with Jelly Roll, right? My night was, you know, not brilliant, but at least it was like, over. Whereas now, Jelly Roll might have just sent Randy Orton back in Matt Cardona's direction. Okay, we've got a recap of Raw at the moment. Penny, for your thoughts, said Danhausen could have helped, but no. So he's cursed, said Penny, for your thoughts. We just need more phone calls. An actual devil talking in the ear type of thing, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Word Life Cena fan said, where's Chelsea and Tiffany and Julia? Haven't seen them yet. No, haven't seen them. Scottish Chris said, Daze, could this Randy be more dangerous than before? Yes. Yes. I mean, I think it's very interesting the way they're presenting this, because I was a bit confused by the promo earlier, but now I'm starting to understand that he's not completely gone. And so it seems like we're on a journey with Randy right now, which is a very interesting thing to do, actually, rather than last week be the turn and that's it, he's gone and this is why. Like, we're kind of exploring where he is. Not against that. Doc Holiday said, I've been called cursed and called toxic, and now I'm a stooge, said Doc Holiday. Well, if you've been called those things, Doc Holiday, I can only imagine they're true. So that's disappointing, actually, to hear that you are toxic and a stooge. A toxic stooge. Okay, we got a tail of a tape for Oba and Brock. Okay, keep getting your thoughts in for that first match. Can Oba Femi beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania? Talking of WrestleMania, Nickelback are providing one of the official themes. Too broke to pay attention, said Daze. Want an epic ending? Yes, please. How about Alistair confronts Randy? Tells him to listen to the voices. Randy RKO's Irresistible Forces and the Bellas. Sits in the ring with the chair and smiles. He might get cheered. Dude, if he lays out Nia, Lash Legend, Nikki and Brie, I don't know that that's going to be a heel turn. I'll take it, though. Okay. Kit Wilson is in the ring. He calls out Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll making his way down. I think it'd be really fun. I'm guessing this is this Jelly Roll's music? I'd love it if he came out to someone else's music. Kit Wilson gets out the ring. Why doesn't Jelly Roll come out to a parody of Kit Wilson's theme? Okay, Jelly wants a match now. Once again, the bravado, the ego. I don't fight with my fists. I fight with my words. Yeah, let's go. We're going to have a word off. We're going to have a word off. Let's go. Rap battle. This is getting weird. You tell me, Jelly Roll, this is getting weird. You want to have a rap battle? Yes. I think you're a decent dancer, but you ain't no rapper. Here we go. This, if they're going to have a rap battle, this is going to be one of the all-time great segments. Oh, no rap battle tonight. Boo! Slam poetry! Yes! Come on! That's what I'm here for. Slam poetry! This is basically 9 Mile. He brought a book. Here we go. Oh, God, this is going to be so good. This is going to be so well received by the IWC. You've got... Whoa. Whoa. Mm. Jesus. He's cooking him, mate. He's absolutely cooking him. Mm. Mm. Whoa! Mate, this is the Attitude Era. We're in the Attitude Era. Boom! Mm-hmm. Come on, congrats on losing 300 pounds. Now maybe you can see your little Willy. Come on, that was good. You need to get out the ring, Jelly Roll. You just got cooked. You just got cooked. Okay. Oh, okay, he's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. Here we go. We're jabbing. I don't need to see my Willy. Your mother sees it for me. Oh, it's good. Okay, we're going after the mother again. Yes. Oh my God, 2026 and we're doing your mom jokes. Oh, this is why WWE is the best. Ah. That's a shame. I was hoping for more your mom jokes, to be honest. I was hoping for a little bit more. That's what your mom said as well. I've been inspired by Jelly Roll. Okay, Kit Wilson's going up. Can we get Kit Wilson's mom involved in this feud? Perhaps she could get in the ring and say that she did have sexual relations with Jelly Roll, but let's make her 87. Let's make her 87, and then we'll start looking at Jelly Roll in a very different light. Won't we? Okay, you might have had sexual intercourse with Kit Wilson's mom, but... Dude, she's 87? And worse than that, ugly. Okay, we got Julia and... Kiana. Okay, so we do have Chelsea. Kit's Jelly in a singles match is such a crazy concept. Well, I don't know if it's going to get to that. I don't need any help from you. we got? Listen. Okay, Chelsea gets moved out the way again. Do you know what? That segment could have been an absolute disaster. Some people will say it was an absolute disaster. I got enough from it whereby I was entertained. That, to me, was not Bobby Lashley's sisters or anything like that. That was not Bailey, This Is Your Life or anything. Or at least, I didn't. I got something from it. Okay. We are at commercial break. That match is going to have at least 32 botches, said Brony. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be a singles match. I mean, it could be, but I wouldn't be shocked if that ends up being some sort of tag thing. We had Willy jokes. That was great, said Simply Simon. Yeah. I think when we got to the Willy jokes, that's when that thing went to a whole new level. Irresistible Forces next, says Connor. Do the scores, says Eamon. Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't thinking of doing scores for that segment, but we can. I suppose it'd be a fun one to get an idea of what people thought. So, yeah, okay. Let's do exactly that. Jelly Roll is actually good promos for a non-wrestler, says Ben. I agree with that. I think, this is where he does have a transferable skill because, of course, he will be talking to crowds. He'll be used to being on a stage, interacting with fans and, talking to them. And as I said, I think he does quite a bit in interviews of, motivational speaking. So, because he's had, as far as I know, quite a troubled past. So, I don't know loads about Jelly Roll. But that is definitely a skill that I think transfers over to WWE. I'm still not interested in watching him wrestle, but his segment with Randy was fine, good. That segment was better than it had any right to be. And I'm just gauging the reaction of people online. They seem to be okay with it. It's one of those things where you can imagine the IWC going into meltdown, but I think it was entertaining enough to be fine. Daze Jelly Roll Danhausen against Kit Wilson Miz. Lower down the card type match, said Brony. The fact it's going to be at Mania is stupid though. Just having matches for the sake of it. I think it's celebrity in it. They're trying to dig into celebrity, the star power of Jelly Roll. Can I ask, why are we still doing this? It ain't of WWE. Are we in denial? I'm worried that we might have Stockholm Syndrome, said William. Oh, what, William? Did you not like that segment? I can understand if people didn't. I can really understand if people didn't. Certainly if you're the kind of person that wants to tune in to watch Elia Carmelo, you want to watch bangers like that. And instead you're watching Kit Wilson and Jelly Roll talk about Jelly Roll's Willy. Okay, did you know tonight the Bella twins team up for the first time since 2018? It's also their first opportunity to win the Women's Tag Team Championships. Okay, we're backstage with Nick Aldis. Okay. All right, next week, Jelly Roll, Kit Wilson, next week. Okay, Lash and Nia are in the ring, so... Irresistible. I don't know quite how you spell Irresistible. Forces versus... Bellas. Where's Metal Mama? She should be in here shouting about the Bellas. She's the biggest Bella fan in this community. You can't see me from the stars above. Right. WWE has uploaded Danhausen's profile. They've listed him as being 6'7" and 300 pounds. Okay, here we go. Bella's making their way down. They're the legendary OG tag team of the modern era. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? They're the legendary OG tag team of the modern era? What does that even mean? Oh my God. I feel like he wanted to say they were like the OG tag team, and then his brain probably listed a load of like women's tag teams before them, and he went, of the modern era. There's been a few comments from Wade Barrett tonight that I just don't quite understand, but it does make it quite entertaining. It's a bit slow. Right, we are underway then with this match. Let's get rid of that poll for the Jelly Roll segments. No, I kind of like what Naya's wearing, you know. There's a lot of people that wear black, but Naya's in there with white and a bit of pink and a bit of green. It's quite striking. Okay, Bella's in there with Naya. Okay, you lot said that was a great segment. You scored it great. 64. Oh. Charlotte and Alexa are coming out. That probably doesn't bode too well. Here's the Ice Cream Girls. The Ice Cream Girls making their way down to the ring. Okay, and we go to commercial break. Let him in said Daze, we're definitely in a toxic relationship with WWE. I mean, to be honest, we have been for decades now, so it's fine. We know. As long as they treat us right from time to time, I'm okay with it. Is this our main event match, said Connor? I can't see this going for 25 minutes till the very end of the show. It might be the last match that we get, but then I think we'll get probably something that comes in after. I could see a WrestleMania match with Ben and Jerry's as the sponsor. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with a WWE flavor. I love Ben and Jerry's. If we're going to have some sort of sponsor, I'd be perfectly okay with that one. Can someone come out dressed as like a tub of Ben and Jerry's? I don't know. Or do they come out as Ben and Jerry? If we had about 50 dancing ice cream pots around the ring, I'd be okay with it. I could kind of get into it if, like, fish food was pushing around the banoffee pie flavour and all this kind of stuff. Oh my God, Chocolate Brownie's going crazy. Ah! He just murked fish foods. One of them down, rolling around. They can't get back up. I think that's the battle royal that I want. If we're going to do some sort of sponsor thing, then Let's just get 50 people in Ben and Jerry pot outfits. And we'll do a battle royal and we'll see what flavor wins. Okay, Lash is in there. Glockner said, I highly doubt that Ben and Jerry would partner with WWE or even allow them to use their name. That's right, because we're not allowed good things. Okay, we are at commercial break. The Irresistible Forces are going to retain, said Connor. Eric said, we want WWF ice cream bars. Oh, yeah, that's true. You're right. Maybe that's what I want. I just want the ice cream bars back. CM Punk's back again. Can't he bring them back again? My understanding is they're quite expensive to make. So financially, they're not like very cost effective. You have to charge quite a bit and people don't want to spend that much on them. Okay, Lash Legend was pinning Nikki. Nikki goes into the corner. Steven said, Daze, how are you? Hello, buds. I just got back from hospital. I've missed everything. My missus wasn't well, but everything's okay. That's good. Ipswich Millwall on TV tomorrow. It's 3rd versus 4th. Steven, shout out to you, buds. I'm glad to hear that things are okay. I think... Oh, it's a weird show, this. It's a weird show. I think I struggled a bit with the 2nd hour, but I've got a fair bit out of this 3rd hour. Bremode's in there. Bremodes. Guys, this is the closest we're getting to Daniel Bryan in 2026, so you better enjoy it. Bree moves out the way. Don't mind the ring gear that Bree's got on. I think it looks quite good. Kick coming in there by Bree, and again, throwing in the yes kicks. Yes, 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 yes. Boom, and again. Duck underneath, Bree moving out the way. Drop kick there by Bree. Bree, headbutt. Bree goes over against the ropes. Nia charges in. Bree moves out the way. Tag being made. Nikki is in. Nikki to the outside. Down go the Irresistible Forces. Dave's, my controversial opinion is Nikki Bella is a better wrestler than AJ Lee, even though the pipe bomb promo AJ did made her out like she couldn't wrestle. I feel sorry for Nikki. I think she is, or was, not too bad in the ring back in her day. She was no Io or Rhea or Becky or anything like that, but I saw her like really putting in a lot of effort and really trying to be like a wrestler. And, you know, she was seeing John as well at the time. I'm sure he gave her lots of pointers. Yeah, she was all right. The thing is, though, she's come back quite cold. Do you know what I mean? After a long time away, and we ain't been seeing the best of Nikki Bella since she came back. You know, her feuds and matches with Stephanie. I mean, there's no house shows or anything now. Like, she'd need to be putting in the reps, putting in the work. The fearless oh, Charlotte trying to make the save. We've got outside interference. Charlotte getting involved on the outsides. Charlotte getting involved on the outsides. That's resulted in a DQ. And this thing breaking down. And the stream's frozen. It's all going wrong. I'm still here though, kids. I'm still here. Final Boomer said Ben and Jerry broke up. The company was bought by Magnum. What flavor do we eat to cheer us up now? All of them. I love all of them. Right now we got Alexa and Charlotte. They're kicking out at the Bellas. Don't be distracted by the fact I've frozen. I've just been enjoying this so much that I'm just stunned. Irresistible forces are in and they collide into Bella's down, Charlotte and Alexa down, Irresistible forces stand tall. Okay, so we've got Irresistible forces standing tall. You didn't miss anything. Irresistible forces still standing tall. Irresistible forces holding up those championships. We're backstage with Randy. He's on the phone again. He didn't really say much. He said he's going to go to the ring and he's going to fix it. But Randy on the phone to someone again. Interesting. Okay, we need to get a poll, don't we? We need to get a poll for that women's tag match. We've got... this could be a big, interesting segment, couldn't it? Who's going to come out? Matt Cardona? We're going to lay out Matt Cardona, are we? Let's get the scores. Who's he on the phone to, says Ben? I don't know. Ben and Jerry's? Perhaps they were advising Randy now. It's got to be The Rock or his dad, said the one. I think he's on the phone to Vince, said Exposing. I think it's Hardcore Holly, said Lou. Is it Bob Orton, says Connor. He's talking to his dad, said Shiban. I think that makes sense. I think his dad would make sense. I think SmackDown has been fairly solid, said Big Time. But I can't recall the last time that it's been... last time there's been like 20 talking points. It feels overwhelming how much they've packed into this show. Okay. Okay. I will... I will take that positivity. Get your scores in for that match. Randy segment closing out the night. Dizzle Dog, thank you. Firing in some gifted memberships. Appreciate it, buds. Very kind. And I can see people that benefited from those. 3 hours is still a bit too much, said Eamon. Tribalist said, I think he's talking to the voices. And he just thinks that there's someone on the line. Is this going to be an RKO on Jelly Roll, said Bradley. I mean, it could be. We have seen Jelly Roll already out there in a segment. Are they going to bring him out in another segment? Not impossible. Not impossible. Do we think that Drew Jacob will get announced for next week's SmackDown? They might just announce it for WrestleMania. I don't know that they're going to keep pushing it back by a week each, you know. At this point, they could just go, it's going to be at Mania. Obviously, we need to do something with it, though. Because we was meant to be getting it as a match and never happened. Dean said, I've enjoyed this episode tonight. It's a great SmackDown, but the matches are just boring, says Aiden. Fraxium, Motor City, Good 96. Oh, yeah, but we did get a banger with Elia Carmelo, didn't we? That did bang. But yes, the other matches probably not strong enough. I wonder if this is going to be like a really juicy segment. We're only going to have about 12 minutes or so. I hope the Bellas win because I want the Bellas and AJ Lee going into Mania as champs, said Typical Summers. The Rib said there's just not been enough Danhausen. Penny said, I hope it's Kevin. It would be great to have him back. Stephen said, what happened with United tonight? It was a shocking result. Well, they kept taking the lead, didn't they? And then they had a man sent off, so it's just disappointing, really, that just couldn't seem to get the job done. But, yeah, it's not like they got absolutely outclassed or battered or anything. I didn't see the final stats, but I know they took the lead twice. It was 1-0, then it was 2-1, finished 2-2. So disappointing, but, you know, still in a decent spot. Okay, here we go. Let's get rid of this poll. We're just going over to the commentators. 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. On the way. It's every day. Hey. Yeah, that poetry slam. That poetry slam was sick. Kit Wilson, Jelly Roll next week. Julia Tiffany next week. Okay. Title match. Okay, Alexa and Charlotte are taking on the Bellas. That makes sense. That's next week as well. Well, there's a lot of stuff there next week, which I think makes a lot of sense. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I hope they don't immediately put the title on Tiffy time, said Dotsuch Lala. We got a banging first hour. Fraxia match, Mellows match, new tag champs. It's definitely above average show for me, said Restaurants. Okay, Randy coming back out. I am so interested in the booking of this. Randy coming out, goes over, touches the hand of a kid. What did he say to him? Okay, shakes his hands. RKO him. Are you going to... No. That's a shame. That feels like a missed opportunity. We could have laid that kid out. Another kid's RKO that one. Okay, so he's coming down and he's touching the hands of the fans. There we go. I like it because it feels like it's going somewhere, doesn't it? I feel like everyone's a bit suspicious. He's going around touching hands and everyone's like... 8 minutes. 8 minutes. This booking tonight with Randy. The dude is psychotic, said WrestleRants. Okay, he's in the corner. He's doing the pose. Big cheer from the fans. 4 weeks away from striking these poses in Vegas. Wade said, I don't know what to think right now. Well, he's got the chair again. We're sitting back down again. Class is back in session. Okay, we're chucking the chair away. We don't need it. Okay, so... I've got an apology. He's asking Matt to come out. I want to do this in front of everybody. There's definitely an RKO coming. Does this mean Matt Cardona's headlined SmackDown? It's a trap, said Word Live Cena fan. Jason said Matt's getting a main event segment. He's in the main event. He might wish that he wasn't in a minute. What if he apologizes and we just end? Dude, I'm so sorry. Matt going over to Randy. I think action figures are cool. I bet Mattel just went, whew. I don't like Matt's shoes. He deserves an RKO just for wearing those shoes. I've got to apologize to Cody next week. He shakes Matt's hand, gives him a hug. I'm sorry. Are we good? Get out the ring, Matt. Get out the ring. Get out the ring. Low blow. RKO. He rips the shirt off of Matt Cardona. He grabs him, throws him to the outside. I mean, is he going to look to brutalize him the same way that he did Cody last week? Yeah. Wade said it's like an action replay. It's just history repeating itself, isn't it? Shots coming in. Matt Cardona is down. There was no sign of blood, but there might be when we go back. Okay, we've got some people running down. We've got ring steps. Have we got any bloods? No, we don't actually. Okay, we've got a lot of people coming down. They're trying to get him away from Matt. Oh, God, he's going to have to apologize again next week for this. Randy. The fans are chanting for Randy. He's got his head in his hands. He's struggling. He's struggling. Randy's struggling. Think about your future. Think about WrestleMania. Right now he's got Matt. He's throwing it in. Surely there's a punt coming. I feel like there's a punt in Matt Cardona's future. Stomp coming in there by Randy and is he going to break his arm? Oh, that would be interesting. That would be really interesting. But they're getting Randy away. They're pulling him back. We've got Randy over against the ropes. He's looking up at their heavy. He's going to stomp on that chair, isn't he? He's going to stomp on that chair. Why has no one took the chair off the arm of Matt Cardona? There's about 1 million people in that ring right now. Boom. There we go. He stomps down on the chair, which is sure to have caused some serious issue there for Matt Cardona. One more time. One more time. One more time. Dude, I think that probably should have been Danhausen or R-Truth. I'm not sure Matt Cardona was the right person. The fans chant one more time. Okay, we've got something happening on the screens. Yeah, I think we've got a situation. Oh, we've got a real situation. We're going to the backstage area. Oh, my God. We got Drew and we've got Jacob. They're brawling outside. This is probably going to be a big spot, you know. Feel like they've probably got something lined up here. This is like a big spot. Jacob on the edge of a platform. I don't even know where they are. They're like next door. Don't even know what that facility is, but they're both on the edge of this platform. Feels like one of them, if not both of them, are going to go flying off this thing in a second. Nick Aldis isn't able to get to them. Headbutts coming in. Drew. Bang. Oh, they both go. Yeah, no idea what was underneath, but I bet it wasn't soft. Oh, mate, and there we go. End of the show. So we had a whole drama with Randy losing it again. He's got his head in his hands. And then we've got Drew, and we've got Jacob, and God only knows what happened there. Probably not anything good. Both are dead, says Connor. Both are dead. Well, I don't know if they're dead, to be honest. Jim said it's going to be a hidden airbag. Alex said, I love how ridiculous that was. Part of me thinks it was pre-recorded, you know, because I don't know if I am 100% convinced that they could have got from where they were when they started to go back through Gorilla. I don't know if they could have got there to outside as quick as what they did. I think it'd be really tight. I wouldn't be shocked if that was pre-recorded. And then they just played it at the end of the show and they actually filmed it, I don't know, some point during tonight. Rather than trying to do it live, you know. Maybe film it, make sure it looks good, and then just play it as a video. But that's what I was thinking anyway, whilst it was happening. It was definitely pre-recorded, said Kyle Destroyer. They stopped running when they got to the backstage area. Matt Jason said, do not know who gets more stressed, Adam or Nick. Well, I'll tell you, I'm not stressed. I think it was a very watchable show. That's probably how I'm going to word it. I think it was a very watchable show. I do think that it is a show of good and bad, but I don't think the bad is terrible. I do agree that some of the in-ring action could have been better. But, yeah, there was a lot of talking points in there. We got new tag champs. And obviously we've had, like, you know, the next chapter with the Randy story. And it doesn't seem as straightforward as kind of what we were thinking. Seems like, you know, we're really digging into the voices thing. Obviously Drew and Jacob. That's been quite interesting. I agree, there's been quite a few talking points with Michin and B-Fab siding with Jades. Yeah. 7.5, it was entertaining throughout, says Mayor Pete. It's breakdown video time, said William. It is breakdown video time. What if it's Sister Abigail on the phone, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Let's go. That would be a wonderful twist. It was mentally exhausting, said Akeem. If Randy punts someone, he will be even more over, said Chio. I forgot that Truth and Priest became tag champs. Oh, no. That was at the start of the night, wasn't it? And we had so much stuff from then. Guys, we saw a poetry slam. And it was good. We got a poetry slam and it was entertaining. Oh my god. There's word going around about Tama being fined, said Scottish Chris. Yes, that dropped just as we kind of started the stream. So yeah, there was word about that. I think that's unfortunate, but you know, WWE need to sort of protect, you know, what they're doing. I think I remember the clip as well, actually. There wasn't really much that was in it, but I can understand WWE not wanting those things to get out there. So as long as the talent know you're not meant to do that, and it was very clear that that was, you know, something you shouldn't do, and then he kind of did it anyway, then, well, you've got to expect a fine, haven't you? I think, you know, if he didn't know and it wasn't made clear, then that obviously, I think we would feel different about it then. If we minus the week in ring, it was a newsworthy SmackDown. Even Tama saying to Solo, you're starting to sound like Roman. New tag champs and the rap battle, crazy open, Randy promo. There was so much creative tonight, said Big Time. I enjoyed it. It was very watchable. We got Ilya Carmelo. I suppose there was a lot of talking points, and it definitely helps the score. And there was always things happening which just kept you engaged. But how many of those things were big? How many of those things were, you know, real needle movers when it comes to the score? They all help, but, you know, how much of it is really shifting that dial, you know? So I think I feel like I'm in the 7s, maybe 7.25. That's where I feel like I am. I enjoyed it though. Yeah, even with the weaker in-ring, still got plenty from it. I don't think there's anything they can do to get Randy booed. He's just too loved at this stage, said Robbie. Well, that's what I'm really interested in watching, as to how they tackle that, you know. I don't think there was anything here that I could say was a success in that regard, but it's interesting to see how they're trying to go about it. It's interesting to see how they are trying to achieve it. I think they were kind of hoping that Matt is like loved by the IWC. You know, he's the indie god and all that. And having Randy go after him, I wonder if they're hoping, okay, the live crowd might not care too much because we haven't done much with Matt on TV, but actually the IWC, they seem to really like Matt, and they like the major figure bros and all that kind of stuff. Having Randy go off on Matt, could that achieve something? Maybe that's part of the thought process. I'm not sure that works. It didn't work in the arena, but that might have been their logic. That might have been what was discussed around the table, and I can sort of understand them having that conversation. I don't think it was effective. I don't think it did what they wanted it to do. But I think there are things that you can try. So we still got about a month to go, so it'll be interesting. Whoever's on the phone, I think it's going to be someone Randy would look up to and would be willing to take advice from. Likely The Rock. I don't think his dad would give him that kind of advice, said AKF. The most interesting thing was that they were pro-Randy in a pro-Cody state, says Robbie. Only person who cares about Matt is Chelsea, says Kader. I think we're on top of it. Okay, Right, I'm going to go because we're going to do the breakdown. But appreciate everyone joining us. We'll do the breakdown. Obviously, we'll get the opinions video done as well. And yeah, on we go. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow for AAA. And obviously, we're back on Monday for Raw as well. So thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you got something from it. And I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. Bye for now.